Steel Toe Morning Show.
Ready? Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Oh my God! It's white-face Will Smith taking his test in Men in Black. Good Lord.
I was going to say Johnny returned to his pod. That also works.
That chair it's hideous. It's a very ugly chair. Johnny asked me if he could do the show in that chair today, and I've never actually paid attention to it before.
Do you want me to get it out of here? It'll take
No,
like 5
I love
minutes.
it. It's ugly and hideous and disgusting, and I like it.
It's very purpose driven. It's not like designed to be a chair. It's designed to do what it does.
And what is that?
It kind of seals out all the audio around you, and it makes it really, really nice to record with a mic like this. If you're doing, not necessarily for streaming, it's a bit of an overkill, but if you're doing some, like music recording or voice tracking for voiceover stuff for like audio stuff, and you want to have multiple tracks that you can really tweak and everything, you don't have to worry about background noise as much.
Just do me one quick favor. Just one thing, and then I'm going to love that chair forever. Give yourself a little less headroom, because right now it looks like you're a little tiny baby sitting in a big man's chair.
All right, that's fine.
You look like, look at the little guy in the chair. See, now you look like you look bigger than me now.
Oh, do you need me to put it down a little?
No, that's perfect. No, I like
All
that.
right.
I like that. I like your white skin. It makes me look all Greek and shit. I like that.
I can turn that down. That's again the lighting thing.
I don't know. I only bring these things up because I like them. It's kind of like when Carson would make his desk higher than the guest would sit, and it would make Carson look more dominant. The more washed out and white you look, the more healthy I look, which I'm all for it. I'm all for it. And as far as the egg chair goes, my first impulse before the show, I told Johnny, I said, that's the Men in Black chair.
It is.
You should be screeching and scraping a table over to your egg chair while everybody stares at you.
I should, but that'd be a lot of work for me. No, this is literally not literally, because it's not the actual one, but this is the exact same style chair, whatever. It's from like the 1960s. It's been
you mean like Mad Men? Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm glad I could help. But yeah, no, I found it actually my brother found it at, I don't know, a garage sale or a swap meet, and then he went overseas and I took it and I just started pulling it apart and putting all this stuff in it with the plans of making it like a portable recording booth.
You said your brother?
Yeah.
I didn't know he was black.
No, he's not black.
Oh, swap meet was just okay. So like flea market.
Yeah.
Swap meat. Okay. Yeah, Understandable.
I didn't realize that was a specific.
It's not. I'm racist. It's fine. You're good. I want to thank Greasy N-Word for, there we go. I think a VIP now, Greasy N-Word, which is awesome.
Congratulations.
Starting us off with $5 today. Now there's a business end of today's show. Content-wise, I am so not worried about today's show. This reminds me of the radio days where you would sit down in the chair and you would go, all I got to do is not fuck this one up. This is going to be easy, because we've got The Russian, I think you know about the mercenary whose like entire command team was fucking wiped out by Putin. Can I say this? I'm not saying that having a dictator like Putin would be better if you're a citizen of that country. But given the way the world probably looks at our president versus how I currently look at Vladimir Putin, if I want the world to see us a certain way, I'd like them to see Putin rather than Biden. Because that motherfucker is terrifying.
I mean, he seems a little crazy now, but he certainly doesn't fuck around.
No.
The funniest part is when all this stuff has been happening, they have the weirdest propaganda. So they're killing, we don't know. The people in charge of the Wagner group are mysteriously having a series of unfortunate events, like Lemony Snicket's. But while that's going on too, you have former advisors going out saying America and Ukraine are making the soldiers gay to make them gay super soldiers.
I saw that one.
And so like that's all coming over. And when you get like Putin talking about it, because he won't make these claims himself, his friends will. But he'll kind of back them up by saying, like, America and Ukraine are countries that don't value things like morality, democracy, and freedom. And I'm like, well, okay, that first one, you've got a point. But those other two, I mean, have you seen what happens to anyone who disagrees with you? I mean, you're not really in a place to criticize.
But you don't hear that.
No.
Because he killed those people. No, I'm not saying I don't want to put myself in a position where people go, oh, you like Putin? But I am in a weird spot where I'm like, I respect him more than Joe Biden because, as the kids say, Putin goes and gets his. And by the way,
Putin gets it done.
We're going to talk about this in depth later. And we got the Wagner mercenary group thing. We've got clips from Trump's interview with Tucker. And we've got a drunk ass woman fighting with the cops, body cam stuff. I mean, I'm so excited about today's show. I could fall over after the show and I'd be happy. Red Fox Mad, thank you for the $9.99. Says good morning, Aaron and Johnny. Yeah, Johnny's back. We're going to talk about his illness in just a little bit and how he recovered quicker than we did. As you can hear, I'm still even a little congested. I've still got a little bit of the bubons hanging around.
I don't have any congestion. The congestion part wasn't a big thing. I got really, really nauseous. The fever was the huge thing for me.
Yeah, everybody, it's different for everyone. But before we bring up any of that, it's just we got a great show coming up today. I'm very excited about it. And business-wise, we're already almost under 300 today, which is where we like to be at the end of the first hour. But I do want to say something business-wise. The audience was great last week supporting us while we were sick. We've been having no goals on the evening shows, which has been working out awesome this week. So these last 2 days, half of everything we go over is going to the co-host. So let's go over today. Let's get crazy generous. Let's get stupid. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. Subscriptions on Rumble are cool. And Rumble rants are cool too. Let's go over. We'll do the 30 minutes of overtime. But also, once we're over, 50 cents out of every dollar is going into Johnny's pocket. So we're at 305. Hey, yeah, we're at 305.
I can buy a new chair.
Yes, we're at 305 right now. Let's all hustle our asses off. At least you know then what we go over today isn't just, going rolling over to the next day. It's going into Johnny's pocket. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, becoming a member for his third month, says Aaron is the Leah Remini of the Dabbleverse. Yes, absolutely. That is perfect. Driving them all nuts because I said, I think I'm done with this. This is retarded. And I'll say it real quick because I don't want to delve into this shit. It's so stupid and childish. But apparently, the WATP thing they did on Steel Toe yesterday bombed horribly. What I heard from people who hate this show and from people who love this show is they were angry. They were the people who hate us were upset because it was Brian Johnson, who's got a weird, creepy, R-wordy sexual fascination with April. He's very,
that's never a good place to start from.
He's really a diseased guy. But then also this other guy, it's either Brian. No, one of them was Brian. One of them I think is Doug. And I looked up this guy. Apparently, he sent me DMs before talking about how big of a fan he is of our show. So I will give a shout out to Carl, though. Carl was not part of it. And that's very honest of him. And the reason Carl wasn't part of it is very simple. Carl doesn't have a problem with this show. He's not, I don't think he watches every day. He's not like a massive fan, but he says before, we do a good show.
It's a good show.
Yeah, it's a good show. What the fuck are you going to do? I can't. But his audience hates me so much because I don't want to be part of their gay club that they're like, Carl, you have to, fuck you. So Carl's in a weird spot where he has to do something about us because their audience.
Because he has to appease his audience.
You have to. And I understand that. I get that. I would do the same thing. But he's also actually a really noble guy and said, well, I'm not going to be a part of it. You guys do it. And apparently people were upset. They didn't like it. The show was terrible. The common complaint I heard from people was there was no content. It was just them going, he sucks, I hate him. And it's like, well, yeah, you have to, because the fact of the matter is, not to toot our own horn, we do a really good show here. You can't play clips of it and go, look at how bad at broadcasting these guys are. If anything, the one thing I do better than anybody in any realm we've been associated with ever is that I'm probably the best broadcaster in it, the best professional broadcaster.
Certainly the most humble.
And the most humble. You can make an argument for Bubba, I think, and if you consider us, I guess we're part of Compound, so yeah, Anthony, obviously a better broadcaster than I am. But after those two, there's nobody who could, if Bubba got back on the air today, or if Anthony got on the air today, they'd have success. If we got back on the air today, we'd have a lot of success. There's nobody else in that world that can say the same thing. So if you're going to do a show like those two were, you basically have to be creepy Reddit monster, I hate this guy, and that's not what that audience is looking for. So I was really happy to see that bombed so horribly. Not surprised, but I was very happy to see that it bombed and also that Carl wasn't part of it. That was very cool. It's a level of respect that I
thought this was the
appreciate.
one that you were like in on or whatever with potato.
I was going to do something with the potato, but we got COVID. It was supposed to be done Thursday. I told him, I said I can push it back to Friday, which also wouldn't have worked. I didn't realize how sick I was still going to be Friday. But he just, somebody said he did a bit trying to make it look like an interview anyway, and it didn't look great. But I'm not going to pretend I'm not happy that it went horribly wrong. Gray Duckling with $4.99 says, but I love your chair. It is a nice chair.
Dude, this thing it's really comfy and it's fun for playing games because it kind of cuts out like stuff you hear around you. It really just, the fiberglass shell kind of reflects outward noise. The foam absorbs inward audio to prevent echo, and that's it.
But if you're claustrophobic, it's a nightmare.
No, it's completely open in the front. Only problem is it gets a little warm in the summer because, you're surrounded by foam.
A lot of back sweat.
No, I don't have a back sweat problem. I have a boob sweat problem. Thankfully, my boobs are retreating, but my man boobs love to get perspiry.
Mad Joe with $7.99 says, hope this helps to fix Johnny's AIDS. Well, that's very sweet that they want to fix your AIDS. $295 away from today's goal, so we're already under 300. Thanks, guys. You're crushing it so far. And again, anything we go over today goes to Johnny. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, YouTube, Rumble. Thank you all very much. Off to a killer start today. If you want to keep the roll going, this greedy fucker ain't going to be mad at you. Oh, my God. The Mood says, welcoming back Johnny with a proper payday, $100. Coming
Jesus.
out of the Mood, we're taking 95 of that. It's 200 away from today's goal. Holy shit. Thank you, Mood. That's a big one, buddy. We really appreciate that. Now we're only 200 away, so I'd say we're good for a while. You guys want to throw in? Thank you very, very much for making this. Like I said, content-wise, this is going to be an easy show today. So the business end being taken care of, that's just bonus.
Makes it even better.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, Johnny, nice to have you back. How about that debate? The word salad fuckery, Pfizer Gandhi kissing Trump's ass. We are fucked. I haven't seen the debate yet. Somebody was, they said in the chat, are you guys going to do debate clips? We can. It's not prepped for today, but I could easily find some. I didn't
watch it.
I don't care about it because the guy who's leading everyone by multiples of 4 wasn't there.
Yeah. literally, if everybody at the debate condensed to one candidate with all their support combined, the other guy's still in the lead. So I'm just kind of like, eh.
Yeah, I mean, what were we watching? The race to be vice president? Or, I mean, kind of be the understudy if he goes to jail? If they try to throw him in jail, they get to be the understudy that comes in? That's... Either
way, it's just like, I don't know. It's kind of like the race to see who will have to accept if democracy isn't allowed to just, let the people choose.
Greasy N-word with $2 says, what missile? Airplanes just fall out of the sky on fire and missing parts all the time. Thoughts and prayers. Yeah, that's going to be our first story today. Then we're going to do Trump Tucker clips. And then I love this video, the body cam video of the woman. I think she hit somebody's car, hammered. And then the cops confront her. And it's one of those drunkenness deals where you can't communicate with them. Like they're talking and they're slurring really bad, but they don't seem like they're about to pass out. They're just not hearing you. You guys aren't having a conversation with each other.
It's water, Gino. It's good for you. It's water. Why are you trying to kill me?
That is so true. Watching, God, I'm glad we don't film shit because I just like that people go to those things and we all get to be humans. But I wish I would have had some kind of recording of Gino and Keanu struggling over her just trying to feed him some water. It was so funny.
Next year, I'm going to do the camera work recording stuff more for like the party around and and not worry so much about the show. Because I'm going through the show stuff still. The COVID thing kind of slowed me up. But I'm going through the show stuff still, and it's like there's good stuff that I don't want to show because, again, they're comedians. It's their material. You don't want to do that.
Right.
But then there's other stuff where it's like, well, this is great, but it's the internet and things don't die. So how about we don't? And then then that's unfortunately becoming a more common thread. And fortunately enough, once again, I had to step away for a minute, and apparently my battery died while I did, and I wasn't there to swap it out or anything. And so apparently April and someone else had a conversation. They're like, we didn't realize the camera was recording. So if you hear our conversation, delete it. And I'm like, I don't think their conversation made it. And I have no idea what that was. And then, of course, most of Gino's set probably wasn't recorded, which again, probably for the best.
Yeah, not something you could probably air with any level of confidence.
No, I don't think so.
Everybody on YouTube and Rumble, which are about half and half. I like that the audience is pushing 500 and it's half Rumble, half YouTube. I love that balance. The more Rumble takes over, the more willing I am to think about maybe just making that home. But hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. We appreciate that. Only 195 away from this morning's goal already. And if you're just joining us, Johnny takes home half of whatever we go over as kind of a welcome back for his illness. So are you sure it was the COVID that everyone else got that you were suffering
I don't know
from?
what it was, honestly. I didn't take a test or anything.
Okay, and neither did we. We just kind of assumed.
I still have, like, for a pothead even, I still have a little bit of, like, lung congestion, coughing kind of stuff. But yeah, it was, I got done with my show on Monday. And as soon as I got done with my show, I was assuming it was because I used my giant bong my audience got really generous. And so I brought out the doctor. And so I did that for them. And I'm like, oh, that thing fucking lays me out. I hate using that sometimes. And then I was like, I got to just rest for a bit. And then I went upstairs to see my daughter. I couldn't even make it all the way up the stairs. I got halfway up the flight of stairs and my legs gave out. I pretty much had to slide all the way back down the stairs and then kind of hazardly crawl to my my futon that I have down here. And I just kind of sat there and I texted Ivy's mother. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I can make it upstairs. And so she came downstairs with Ivy. I hung out with her for a little bit, and then Ivy went back upstairs. And then I took my temperature. I'm like, wow, 101.6. One more degree and I'll hate it even more. And then and then it went back down and it sat at a nice stable 101.3 for pretty much the rest of the evening, and it took about 24 hours to break. And then once the fever broke and my legs started working again, I was great.
So we're doing all right. All things considered. Awesome.
I took some Advil, and I've been taking Advil. That's about it, and I've been fine.
Great. So maybe, you know what? Chances are, well, not chances are, but maybe not COVID.
I did have a milkshake, and I read a thing earlier about a place that had a listeria outbreak or whatever. So maybe that's what it was.
You had oh wow, listeria. So that
I did have a bout of the butt squirts during the whole thing too.
It's lovely. We almost got through that entire. I was about to go to the Russia thing. We almost got through that entire conversation without going there.
Yeah,
but sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not. Okie dokie. Let's get into this Russia thing. Let me ask you this. What the hell was this Wagner Group guy thinking? This guy's got to be the dumbest human being on planet Earth. I mean, to march on Putin in Moscow with a simple mercenary force and then back off of it. I knew the day that thing came to an end that this guy was dead.
Oh, yeah.
I was surprised.
Had to have known.
Yeah, I was surprised that they just kind of let him kind of go off.
They didn't want to they don't want it to be obvious, Aaron. Right now, it looks like just a random accident. Oh, my God, what happened? It's a plane crash. What a shame. Yeah. But, if they had done something immediately following, the people like, hey, that's retaliatory. He attacked that guy. But now it looks like, oops, planes. Those suck.
That's what I love about this is the nice thing about Putin is he wants it to seem subtle. That's really his game, Whenever somebody who crossed Putin in the last 6 months all of a sudden drops dead, I just imagine Putin sitting back going, they'll never figure it out. Looks like a plane crashed to me. People choke on their tea all the time. I don't think anybody's the wiser. I wonder because he probably surrounds himself with yes men. So I wonder if he doesn't kind of think that way. I wonder if he's so isolated and insulated. I wonder if he doesn't kind of think like nobody knows what I'm doing. Or is he such a gangster that he's like, I'm not saying I did it, but I sure as hell hope everyone thinks I did.
Well, I definitely think he used to be the second one, but I honestly, I believe part of the, I don't know, the rumors or whatever that he's kind of in his old age kind of slipping in some ways. I'm thinking that he may have started the second one where he wanted to kind of, because he used to be like FSB or whatever.
KGB.
So he kind of wanted or KGB. Yeah. Yeah. So I think
pay that man. Pay that man his money. Yet he mutinied all day. Chick. He trapped me. Yet he beat me straight up. Kill that man. Kill that man in his airplane.
So yeah, I kind of think he's kind of switched now to the second one where he's like, I've gotten away with this so much that there's no way if I just wait a little bit and they'll think, oh, why wouldn't he go after him? And then I give it a little bit of time. And they'll be like, he must have let it go. And then, ooh, a plane crash. Yeah. Oops.
You can't believe what fell. Your fate sits right next to you. Oh, that plane crash could not have helped you. All your hopes down the fucking drain. Okay, now I want John Malkovich to be a method actor in character as Teddy KGB to take over for Putin if he dies. And I want him to be a low-down, ruthless Vatoe. People are saying that the Wagner guy, Hogosazinskopinski, he was supposed to stay in Belarus. And I guess that plane was taking him out of Belarus. By the way, this is also totally random, with a bunch of his commanding officers in there.
So they're all kind of fleeing.
Yeah.
They're all that they're not safe.
Motherfucker, if you march on Putin and he doesn't kill you immediately, great, awesome. Count your lucky stars. He goes, all right, you go stay in Belarus. You never leave. Now, I get it. Who wants to stay in Belarus? It's like, honestly, they could have just left the Wagner guy in there and filmed the sequel to In Bruges and just had it be in Belarus. If I grew up on a farm and was retarded, Belarus might impress me. But I didn't, so it doesn't. You're not getting on that plane. What do you mean? You're a bunch of fucking elephants. Yes, that's right. We're the only show who covers the Wagner plane crash, but incorporates Rounders and In Bruges into it. And it makes total sense. But
it's an eclectic movie collection.
But if Putin lets you live from a mutiny, and then after the mutiny, he says, just stay in Belarus. And you have the fucking nerve to go, I think I'm going to hop a plane and head to Russia. You deserve to die. You're too stupid to live.
He was heading to Russia?
Well, he was getting on a plane. You know, I mean, Belarus is not exactly a country. You can't just drive everywhere. I mean, you so you're going somewhere that ain't Belarus.
Well, yeah. I mean, but I'm just saying in general, like going to Russia would be crazy. I just feel like you'd be probably running away from Russia.
You know what else is crazy? Invading Moscow and mutinying against Putin. That's crazy, too. I'm starting to think, and thank you, Magnum DUI, I'm starting to think that this Prigozhin might have been, bear with me, a little batshit. I'm thinking this guy might have been, at the very least, Johnny, a goofball.
I'm thinking he's seen one too many movies and he thought he would invade and be like the slow clap revolution you see where it's like the one guy does it and then all of a sudden everyone turns around and goes, no, we're with him. And then so he marching on Putin and he looks behind him. There's nobody there. And he goes,
so
I changed my mind.
What you're saying is Prigozhin is the Will Ferrell in old school of Russia. Yeah. All right, we're going mutinying. All right, through St. Petersburg into Moscow. Woo, let's go. Putin's like, what are you doing, Prigozhin? Well, we're going to see you at the Kremlin. We're going streaking. Who's everybody? Shit. Putin, do you think KFC is still open?
I just really love the way he went, shit.
Yeah. Hello, Prigozhin. It's a little cold out tonight, no? Rigger Hater becoming a member for 2 months says Wagner's Flight of the Valkyries plays. Hold on. All right, I have idea. I get on aeroplane. I head back to Russia. I be greeted as liberator. Are you with me? Are you with me? Here we go. We get in plane. We go back to Russia. We be greeted as liberators and heroes, and there is nothing Putin can... Hey, why are those controls spinning? Why... That better not be smoke coming out of engine. No, keep it in the air. We go to Moscow. Russia will never see it coming. Putin will never know. That's a Scud missile coming toward us, is it not? We have the flares, no? Shit, he paid your family to sabotage this plane, didn't he? So, in other words, I am fucked. Yes. Well, hell of a run. Big mistake. Oh, Putin, you got me, you tricky bastard.
You sly fox.
You sly fox. I should have known when the rabbit named Peppy yelled to me, be careful, it's a trap, that I should have never gotten on the airplane. So what have we done so far? Star Fox, Old School, In Bruges, and Rounders.
Yeah.
For this.
Oh
God, I want Mel Gibson after 12 beers to die in a plane crash. He says, talk about Russian to conclusions. Oh, I want your family to cry when you're dead. That is fucking awful. Oh, I say to Putin, I'm coming back to Russia. Don't have a Moscow.
Oh, no.
Am I right?
Oh.
It's like the Bart Simpson, he said, don't have a Moscow, man. You're my boy, Putin. Hobo Chili Recipe says, wow, we are children. You think this was the show to come to? You think this is the show to come to for, like, the hardcore, serious analysis? Fuck that. This is the show to come to for Teddy KGB impressions on serious Russian national news. That's our role. Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says, quit Stalin and get on with the show. Oh, boy.
That one hurt.
Hulkamaster baby. Oh, shit. Is that Iron Man Jericho missile? We're fucked. This is not good. All right, let's find out what actually happened here, because I have a feeling, you know how on the internet they talk about misinformation?
Right.
What we're doing right now is misinformation. We're not giving you anything of any nutritional value news-wise.
Yeah, but unlike the news, we're actually telling you that.
Right. Unlike the news, we're going, look, we're retarded. We don't know what we're
stupid.
We're just saying the shit we think is funny. We're watching a very serious news story with very, very serious worldwide consequences, and we just want to make people go like this. That's it. That's my job. If you want to know what really happened, go read some obscure third-party independent journalism site. Balls and Wiener says, best thing Putin has done in a while. You know, look, again, I know I'm supposed to hate Putin and he's supposed to be the worst guy ever, but this asshole did have it coming.
Yeah.
I mean, what?
Quite frankly, like, I'm surprised he lasted this long.
Yeah, I don't really see why this is looked at as, oh, Putin's an evil guy. What do you do against a guy that mutinies against your government? You chop his fucking balls off and shove them in his mouth, is what you do. Somebody, oh, God. Fauci's Pangolin says, I'd like to have some in Putin. See, in Putin. There was also, there was another Putin joke in there somewhere. And I can't find, oh, Gray Duckling says, I have to stop Putin up with this. Fuck. Did I mention you guys are great and we're only 195 away from today's goal? And half of everything we go over goes right to Johnny. Oh, boy. I appreciate it. So anyway, Prigozhin, or whatever his name is, died in a plane crash.
Prigozhin anywhere anymore.
He ain't Prigozhin nowhere.
Where are you, Prigozhin? Nowhere. Boondocks reference. Now we've tied another one into it.
Oh. Did they get it on? Did they get it on video too? Okay, how big of a cock-swinging move is this? That not only do you have the guy's plane blown up, but you film it too. Like, what? There's just some Belarusian fucking wheat farmer just standing there with a camera randomly watching a plane in the sky? No, kill him and make sure everyone watches it. Let's check this out.
Пиздец, это беспилотник. Сбили, бабахнуло.
I don't think he's gonna make it. Oh, Rexy, I don't think this one's got the distance.
Ты посмотри,
Oh, they can still pull it up. There's time.
Oh, yeah, pull up. You're good. No, you got this. You're good. Hey, asshole, could you not film it right next to that greenhouse thing, you dick? Oh. Did he pull it up? He might have...
бабахнет? Куда упал?
Hey, if you want to see this fourth card, you'll stop speaking fucking Sputnik.
Где ты,
Oh,
блядь,
yes,
упал?
let's get your flowers into shot.
Хуя дым пошел какой.
Yes, look at my daffodils. They come up so
еще.
nicely this time
Смотри,
of year.
какой клуб.
Oh, there it is. There's the explosion. Hey, yeah, now's a great time to have an attack of Parkinson's, right when we all want to watch the big plume of smoke from the guy's plane. Oh. Jesus, I would have thought this was filmed in Chicago, for Christ's sake, the way he's shaking around and looking at everything.
That sounds like a lady.
Пиздец.
I want to... Oh, really? It's hard to tell in Russia.
No, that's a chick.
Oh, sorry. I thought she
It's
was
all
going
good.
to say, Rashka Bushka Nyashki, world star, world star.
Меня аж трясет. Охуеть.
Could you film this? But we don't care about your empty field. You know, harvesting twat. No, oh, that's wonderful moss.
Way to show you don't clean your fucking fence, bitch.
Yeah,
Jesus.
It's called scraping. All you got to do is scrape it off, you dirty pig. God, I'm more mad at you than I am at Putin. At least he had a reason for doing what he did. You lazy
I'm more
bastard.
pissed at her than I am at Wagner. I mean, come on, man. Why did Putin do something about this chick?
Yeah. Vladimir, if you
know.
got any extra cruise missiles, I'll let you, boy.
Блядь, не видать нихуя. Вон. Около фермы. Горим.
Did you mutiny against Putin? Yes. What did it cost you? That smoke plume in an open field.
Quite literally everything.
Yes. Oh, I hate that. I hate it when that happens. I hate it when an enemy of the state's plane just randomly blows up in a total accident. So terrifying.
It'd be funnier if he got out and like he's dusting himself off. He somehow survived. And he's like, hey. And then all of a sudden the EMT van comes in and just hits him straight on.
It just drills him. A private jet belonging to Yevgeny Prigozhin has crashed with all 7 passengers and 3 crew reportedly dying upon impact. Prigozhin was, per the passenger manifest, listed as being on the plane. There are also reports of a second plane of its type belonging to Prigozhin currently turned around and is landing in Moscow. I'll say this about the whole Prigozhin plane thing. How are you even getting on a plane if you're that guy?
Especially one of yours, because they'll know to look for those.
Right. They're calling her Babushka Barbara in the chat. G-Chup says she is looking for moose and squirrel. That's why she doesn't have any time to clean her fence, apparently. Thank you very much to Nicholas S., my golfing buddy. I saw the guy once on the golf course. He's now forever my golfing buddy. Thank you for the $5, pal. 190 away from crushing today's goal. And if you're just joining us, anything we go over today, half of it goes right into Johnny's pocket after the show. TFN Network says planes definitely don't crash land like that. Definitely sabotage. What? How dare you? I mean, that's quite a conclusion to leap to, my friend. I'm just kidding, of course. So I don't really know much else about that other than obviously this has Putin's fingerprints all over it. And again,
who else had a bone to pick with Wagner? We were really cheering him on when things first happened. Like, see, even Russia doesn't agree with Putin anymore. They're all turning on Putin. And so Wagner's like, we've got the U.S. support. We're like, no, but cool. And then he's like, but I've got the support of the people. I regret what I did.
Yeah, I have. And now Putin basically can just own the Wagner group if he wants to. He can just take them over.
Yeah.
Because who's going to want to step in and be the leader now? Oh, they did. So it does belong to them now.
I'm pretty sure. Either way, I mean, if you were part of the Wagner group, I'm kind of thinking like you're finding a way to pledge allegiance to Putin because you're like, hey, man, I'd like to be able to travel without explosion.
Right. If they didn't belong to him before, they certainly do now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a very funny meme. When your check engine light comes on and you've got a nagging suspicion you knew that guy from somewhere. It's Putin. The chief of Russian mercenary group Wagner, Yevgeny Prigozhin, is believed to have been killed in a plane crash. The aircraft, a business jet, crashed northwest of Moscow with all 10 people on board. Now, what I understand is a lot of those people on board were like his top lieutenants. So they took them all in one fell swoop. This was like Michael Corleone at the end of Godfather. The 62-year-old paramilitary leader, once a close confidant of Putin's, led a short-lived mutiny against the Russian government in late June after spending months vocally criticizing his country's top brass. His forces, known for their particularly violent battlefield tactics, spearheaded a number of battles for Russia on the Ukrainian front. Well, they thank you for your service, sir. But your services are no longer necessary here in Mother Russia. So
we're good.
And also I saw some numbers the other day. I don't know if these are true, but I saw them being bandied about that the Ukrainian military has lost 500,000 soldiers and that the Russians have lost 50,000. Can that?
I have no idea. I try not to follow that stuff because I'm kind of against being involved in it.
Yeah, I mean, can that be accurate? Because basically what that means, and this, look, me being surprised by this in the least is, the height of naivete. But that means we're just sending Ukrainian bodies into meat grinders just to hold that Donbass line there and just going, look, we'll kill all of your children if it keeps the Russians from taking Kiev and, putting in a Russian-friendly government in Ukraine, which is what they want ultimately.
Right.
So we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars of taxpayer money and then also sentencing 500,000 Ukrainian boys to their death. Fucking great.
Well, that's a renewable resource, right? Like, as long as they keep fucking, we'll have more.
And
have reserves.
And for what? All for corrupt energy oligarchs that do business with the United States and made our president the shitloads of millions of dollars. So now we're going to keep throwing their sons into a meat grinder called the Russian, one of the biggest militaries in the world. We're going to send them into a suicide mission because we just have to keep this thing stable so we can keep extracting, not we as a country, these people as oligarchs can keep extracting money out of American taxpayers and dying Ukrainians. Oh, they are.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't you love America?
It's just dirty and evil and gross and ugh, it's terrible. But yeah, if those numbers are accurate, that's sociopathic, that kind of shit. Well,
it makes me almost willing to look past the fact that a lot of them apparently have some Nazi-esque ideas.
The real Stonies, Cheeto says, gee, I wonder why there's no peace talks going on, shaking my head. Yeah, that's us too.
Yeah, we're not trying to do anything.
We don't want them to talk peace. It's nope, Putin's got to leave and he's got to go back to Russia. It's like, yeah, but they should be sitting down. Russia should probably get the Donbass region because those people want to be Russian anyway. Ukraine can give up a little bit of territory. They can stop this war. They can stop their deaths. I mean, all the wheat and all the agriculture that Ukraine's known for is in the West anyway. But
right.
I don't know.
And on top of everything else with this whole thing going on, that government that's there wasn't technically elected. Elections aren't happening until this gets done with. So for a country that's all about, freedom, democracy, and people's choice, we're really not letting that happen either.
Yeah, isn't that something? Is that if you wanted to know if this was over money and corporations and making people and making other people rich, nameless, faceless people rich, look at the fact that during World War II, you know what we had, Johnny?
What?
A presidential election in 1944. We voted on the president of the United States. During the Civil War, you know what else we had? A presidential election in 1864. So
I really thought we were going somewhere else with that. Let's say BS. That's what I was going to say. Oh.
Well, the fact of the matter is,
for the days, whoa.
All of these awful, terrible wars, you still get elections when you live in a democracy. In Ukraine, their little money runner, their little money launderer, Zelensky, they can't risk him getting voted out because the people are tired of their kids getting killed in this war. So we're just suspending all the elections until this pesky conflict is over. Oh, well, what are you guys doing to stop the conflict? Absolutely nothing. Just sending your children to their death.
Great.
Well, this doesn't. I mean, I hope people wake up just by asking the question, who is this benefiting? Because it doesn't seem to be the Ukrainians.
No. It seems to benefit a couple of the people in Ukraine and a couple of the people in certain places of America. Everybody else is getting thoroughly fucked over on this.
Yeah.
And the other fun thing is whenever we talk about it, I mean we by like the news media and stuff, they always call Russia's attack unprovoked. And I'm like, all right, I don't care what side of the argument you're on. Unprovoked my ass. We've been absorbing countries into NATO, getting closer and closer to their doorstep. That's the equivalent of going, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I mean, that's provoking. Okay. Yeah. At the very least, that's provoking.
And overthrowing their government, Ukraine's government, to put in one that we like. Fucking around with their energy companies. Yeah. I mean,
where prove that happened?
And they're like the most corrupt country in Europe, too. Ukraine is. So, yeah, right. But you know what? You're right. It's, I go on Twitter and I see people defending the war in Ukraine. I see, who's that scumbag we saw on Twitter yesterday who marks out for everything Joe Biden does? He was trying to tell us, Ed Krasenstein. I was seeing him on Twitter yesterday, and he's like getting in these Twitter fights with people, like going, I support American national security, so we have to stay involved in Ukraine. And I'm like, that doesn't have anything to do with our national security. Not at all. But he was defending them by going like, yeah, I stand up for American national security, and then we have to stay involved in Ukraine, and we have to help these poor people, and this is a war of Russian aggression. And I'm like, oh, wow, you are either this guy's on the take, or the even sadder possibility is that
he's remarkably stupid.
He believes this shit because people that he watches a lot said it. Oh, well, it's whenever I see someone that stupid, I go, you better be getting paid.
I certainly hope so. Otherwise, Jesus.
Right.
Waste.
195 away from knocking it out today. Thank you guys very much. Again, whatever we go over is going right into the pocket of Mr. Johnny K. Pushing 600 people. Go ahead and hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit follow, no matter what platform you are on. Okay, let's get into these Trump and Tucker clips. I'm gonna love some of these. Now, one thing I am disappointed by, and I did see a few people writing about this morning. Tucker did not ask Trump about the vaccine. Because remember, Trump was highly touting the vaccine when it came out. It was his vaccine, Operation Warp Speed. Vaccine is wonderful. Vaccine is great. It's going to get us back to life as usual, as normal again. I mean, not until they, get me thrown out of office, but it'll help you get back to normal. And then it's turned out to be, how do we say this? In 24 hours, I can say this less politically correct, but that vaccine has turned out to be far less than what it was promised.
Yeah.
To the point now where the COVID cases are going back up. And if these assholes are even going to talk about masks or lockdowns again, you can't let them even talk about it without going, okay, so then you're admitting your vaccine was a failure.
Right.
Because the whole point of this vaccine was that we didn't ever have to do this again because we would all be protected. Now, I'm not vaccinated, but, whatever.
But they're going to say that people like you who aren't vaccinated and people who didn't get their boosters, like they've already got that worked in with the continual boosters. People stopped getting their boosters and people aren't vaccinated. So it only works for so long. And it's like, yeah, but isn't the whole vaccine thing
Yeah. Well, yeah, they'll say that, it was people like me. It's like, yeah, but weren't the people who got the vaccine that you injected with this, weren't they getting it too and spreading it around and carrying it and stuff like that? Oh, yeah, but it's totally your fault. Oh, okay.
Right.
So Trump has been, exalting the vaccine, still hasn't taken it back, still thinks it's great. And Tucker didn't ask him about that last night. Now, I know he only had 45 minutes, and there's a lot of other stuff to talk about. And maybe if they had 2 hours, he would have gotten around to it. But he did ask him some questions about Biden, about Harris, about the stuff going on with him, what he thinks of all that. And also, Tucker did actually ask him a pretty, a question that I thought he definitely would not have been allowed to ask on Fox News. When he asked that, when he asked Trump, he goes, do you think they'll try to kill you? And you're like, whoa. That's a hell of an ask. And I'm sure that if that was in some kind of Fox News interview, they would have cut that, they would have edited that out and not let him play it. But I mean, asking him straight up, do you think they'll try to kill you? And look, I want to
know. Didn't watch the interview yet. I want to know what Trump said to that.
He didn't dance around it, but he basically said, they'll try anything to get rid of me. So at
this point, I don't think he's wrong.
Yeah. I mean, if this doesn't work and nothing they try works, and if this whole indicting him on multiple charges thing doesn't work, rather than him become president, I wouldn't put it past them to try something like that. The only thing that makes me think they would stop is that Trump supporters, as hardcore as they are, that might be war. Like if they get an inkling that this guy, was done away with by some nefarious means, they might then make January 6th look like a birthday party.
Yeah.
At that point. Thank you very much to Sid Saraf with 1999. Says, welcome back, Johnny. Thank you very much. Puts us down at 175 for today. Thank you very, very much. Somebody saying they'll poison his McDonald's. See, now that's how you know something fucky would be afoot, if you ask me. All right, so let's get to some of these clips here. Again, Trump, Tucker last night, and we've got I don't want to tell you how many views it has yet. You could easily go find that on Twitter, because we've got an MSNBC clip and a CNN clip where they're both very salty that this interview was happening, because remember, they all want the ratings from Trump being on that debate. And if Trump goes on the Tucker interview, Tucker gets all those views and X gets all those views. They don't like it. So they're going to go and say, oh, yeah, this is a big mistake by Trump. This was terrible. Nobody's going to watch it. We'll get you the view count number on that in just a little bit. But first, this is Trump talking about Kamala Harris, and I just thought this was kind of funny. Just a little taste of what you'll see from him. You know, campaign season Trump is the most entertaining Trump. It's just a guy with a shit gun flinging
and he's
it at
firing at everybody.
Oh,
and this one thing I'll say about Trump over Biden, like I don't like old people being in office, being in charge. I don't. And Trump's no exception to that. But as opposed to like Biden, Trump has like kind of Biden when he ran for office against Trump the first time. He has like that kind of energy all the time. He's never really come down from that. Whereas Biden had that, and now we have Maui Biden that just fucking falls asleep everywhere.
Just nodding off.
Yeah, so it's just I don't see how anyone can stand up to Trump in terms of just the way he will fire at them and say anything. Like nobody on the Republican side, I think, has the balls to stand up to him. And I don't think even if Biden did, which he doesn't have the energy. He's just, fucking grandpa needs to lay down. So who do you have that's going to go up against him legit?
Look, the age thing worries me too. I don't like the age thing, especially if they don't run Biden and they run someone younger. But it sounds like they're going to stick with Biden. So fuck it. Trump's younger than him. Let him run. I just don't like the idea of a guy turning 80 in the White House. That
Kamala Harris in charge. She's done such a bang up job so far.
I mean, what's her big issue? Do you remember what they give every vice president a big issue? Do you remember what hers is?
Wasn't she supposed to be the border czar?
Yeah, she's the border guru.
Yeah.
She's doing great. Let's check out Trump on Tucker yesterday. A couple of clips here.
So back to Biden, I'm interested. So you think he's failing? He obviously is failing. I think it's clear to everybody. But that would make Kamala Harris the candidate?
Well, not really. I mean, I guess they'd have maybe a free-for-all. A lot of people say she has to remain for certain reasons the candidate. She has to. I don't think that's true, actually. I don't think that other people would stand for it. She has some bad moments. Her moments are almost as bad as his. I think his are worse, actually.
Yeah.
The subtle shitting on people is back, where he's like, look, she has terrible moments.
Worse, actually.
She has terrible moments. Some of them are as bad as
it's almost art.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think he has to try. It's just natural.
He doesn't get worked up. He doesn't yell. He doesn't. And I do this same thing when I shit on people is I just go, look, man, it's a failure. What are you going to do? You know, that's a better way because you're more in control. It's more subtle. You're saying it matter-of-factly. You're not saying it as like, and she's a piece of shit and she sucks. Like, well, obviously she's a failure and she says stupid things. I mean, sometimes even dumber than Joe. You sound more authoritative when you say it that way. It doesn't sound like you're being silly and shitting on someone. It sounds like honest analysis when you say it that way. And then you make the other people feel stupid for thinking that she's not an idiot.
But
she seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme.
I love the look on his. She seems pretty senile, too.
Yeah.
She seems pretty senile, too.
She speaks in rhyme. And it's weird. It's weird.
It's weird.
She speaks in rhyme, you know. It's weird. It's weird. It's like they're talking about a bipolar cousin they have.
Yeah, and the best part is for everything I've seen with Trump, him just going, she speaks in rhyme. It's weird. It's weird. And I'm like, somehow that hits so hard for him, just like, it's weird. You know? It's fucking weird.
Like it troubles him. Like he stays up at night wondering what the fuck that's all about.
How does she get through a day? She's got to have like a thesaurus on hand.
You know,
is she practicing for a rap career? Like,
but she has bad moments. And
in rhyme? What do you?
Well, the way she talks, the bus will go here and then the bus will go there because that's what buses do.
That's actually a pretty good Kamala Harris impersonation. Every time I'm like, he's old. I didn't really like him that much the first time. He's kind of a hustler and kind of a gimmick guy. He just starts talking again, and I'm like, fuck it. Let's do this again. You know?
Here's where I'm at with him. I don't like, I just from my history of knowing him, I don't like Donald Trump as a person.
Yeah.
But overall, considering what we've had for the last, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll take I'll order that again. It's like, look, if we lived in a country where we had better alternatives for leadership, yeah, in a perfect world, Donald Trump would be nowhere near being president. But we are surrounded by either corrupt oligarchs who are 80 years old, entrenched in the system and bilking us out of our money, or complete retards. Like, you can have a Mitch McConnell, a Joe Biden, a Dianne Feinstein, who are dug in and they represent corporate interests, and that's all they represent, not you. They will fuck up your life, your gas prices, your groceries, all to serve their masters so they can make a couple of pennies on the side. Or your alternative to that, if you want to stick to politicians, is a true believer like AOC who's out of her fucking mind. So you guys create Donald Trump. You create this vacuum where there are no JFKs. You know, there are no Dwight David Eisenhowers. There was a David Petraeus, but you guys pinned some fake affair on him and then fucked him over. You use the skeletons in his closet. We have leaders, but you guys try to kill them. And then
don't let them go.
Right. And then we get this guy comes along and then you're like, hey, why are you voting? He's not serious. Why are you voting for him? Because have you watched yourselves lately? You're not serious.
It's weird.
And honestly, he's fucking over. He's not fucking over the country. He literally enriched himself. Sure. But so does everybody so they're like, oh, he enriched himself, he got sweet deals for his family. What do you think you guys are doing?
Right.
And while he did that, we were all doing relatively well, which is kind of how that stuff slides.
Right. I don't care if my leaders are corrupt and make money, as long as I make money too. If I make a little bit of money, I'm okay. But if you guys are sitting there with sweetheart deals with your crackhead son and making tens of millions of dollars, and we're sitting here drowning, yeah, that pisses people off. I don't give a shit if my president's getting a blowjob or if my president's setting his son-in-law up with great Saudi deals. As long as the economy's going great, we all got money in our pocket. Then it's fine. But when we're $33 trillion in debt, you guys are raking it in and we're going, please, sir, may I have some more? Yeah, it pisses us off a little bit and we go, fuck it, let's load this guy up for another 4 years. It's amazing to me that they still don't understand. They created him. And they're still creating him. Do you think he would be at 55% in the Republican polls if they weren't indicting him right now?
No. Their continual need to go after him is pushing more and more people to like him. Case in point, me.
Right.
Every time I read a new indictment thing, I'm like, you know what? I'm just like, I'm fucking voting Trump.
It's the brick through the window thing again, just like in 2016. That's why I voted for him in 2016, is I was like, fuck it, let's throw a rock through the window. I want to see what happens. And now you guys rebuilt the window, and it's a cuntier window than you had before, and we're like, hey, bring that brick back. Let's throw him through there again.
We'll go here, and then the bus will go there, because that's what buses do. And it's weird. The whole thing is weird. This is not a president of the United States future. And I think they probably have some kind of a primary, and other people will get involved.
Newsom, right?
Could be. I mean, you know, I always got along well with him, believe it or not. But could be him, could be somebody else. He's got a big load on his shoulders, because you look.
A lucky guy. Lucky Gavin Newsom with that big old load on his shoulders.
Well, he's been kneeling down in front of George Soros and other private interests to F over California. So they've been, dropping loads on him. He's got so many pearl necklaces he can barely stand.
Left one is for Klaus Schwab. Right one is for George Soros. You never mix up the cum catchers, ever.
Well, they meet in the middle as they dribble
on
down.
his chin. Yeah.
Look at California, what's happened. But I don't know if the American people really, the people that vote for him, I don't even know if they care. You know, you look at so many of the things that are going on, and people don't seem to be. In the old days, if you had a bad record, it meant a lot. Today, if you have a bad record, it doesn't really mean anything. You know, he looks good. He's a nice-looking guy, speaks well. But Biden, every time you watch him talking, it's like he's walking on eggs. You're waiting for him to collapse.
And that's
not wrong.
That's both funny, true, and sad at the same time, because it's like, that's still our president and we need him to do well. But it just, you're watching it, you're going, he's not going to. It's like when that retarded kid on your baseball team came up and you're like, we need a hit here. We need a single. But you can just look at the way he's holding the bat and you're going, it's not going to happen. Like, he's on my team.
You need a Rudy moment from you. I love the taste of cherries. We're fucked.
Yeah, like I need you to do well. I want you to do well. We're on the same team, but I'm also a realist and I know this has no shot of working.
And he almost always does. And I got to know the leaders of all of the countries, essentially, but the big ones. And the bigger, the tougher the leader.
Yeah. So that's the other thing is like Joe Biden looks like an absolute popsicle all the time.
Yeah.
And then you've got you juxtapose that with Vladimir Putin, who's literally murdering generals. And you're like, yeah, we're fucked. Like we're totally screwed.
Yeah, I'm sure Putin looks at Biden and goes, wow, that's a dangerous, scary guy, and I don't want to mess with him.
Yeah, right. Fuck you, dude, over on Rumble says they 100% would try and take him out. Look at JFK. Sean Raz says if this soft assassination doesn't work, they will go for a JFK style. Joke's on you. I don't own a limousine. Sean Raz says, I hated Trump pre-2016. I voted for him because I couldn't deal with Hillary. The left forced me to support him. It's a lot of people feel that exact same way.
I think this time there's even more.
They keep saying that like, oh, no, he's so unelectable. I think they were trying to say that in the debate yesterday. Nikki Haley was like, oh, yeah, we got a clip of that in just a little bit here. Where she's like, oh, yeah, he's not electable. And it's like, well, everybody who voted for him last time is going to vote for him again because they're probably more for him than they were before after everything that's happened these last few years. And then you know that he's had to have grabbed a few people that are begrudgingly like, look, I don't like his style. I think he's kind of a prick. But, you know, I see reality. You know, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I just see reality. And things were a lot better off under his watch than under this guy. I'll give him another shot. I mean, I just don't see.
That's where I'm at. I think a lot of people are sitting in that boat. Anyone who's struggling to make their bills meet or keep food on the table for their kid is probably going, 3 years ago, this was nowhere near as bad. Right. So I'll take mean tweets, or I guess mean X posts now. Whatever we call that. Mean X's.
Help Solve says, over on Rumble says, joined late. Have we already explained the masturbation chair? Yeah, it's Johnny's Men in Black egg chair. He has to take a test to see if he can fight aliens later. I mean, is that...
Well, I'm using it for my show. I have a rule on my show. If the show's... Because I have a relatively low show goal. And if the show goal is met, everyone loves the egg chair. We started out with it because it was fun for gaming in. And people are always like, where's Humpty? So it's like, if the goal's fully met for the day and we're not worrying about goals or funding, I just roll in the egg chair. We do the egg chair thing.
Simple enough. About 650 of you in here at the moment, not counting X and Facebook. So go ahead and hit like. Go ahead and hit share. It does help the algorithm, which is great. And to see all of you Rumble followers continuing to join us, I love that. I love seeing that follower number go up. Let's do the same on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, everywhere else. 175 away from today's goal. And if you haven't heard yet, Johnny is back from his bout with whatever illness he had. He's taken over for April today. Gino Bisconti will be in the co-host chair tomorrow for Rumble Friday. Gino on Rumble Friday could get very interesting. And what we're going to do the next 2 days is when we go over, half of it's going to the co-host. So 175 away, not very far away. You guys have been great so far. And then after that, half will go towards tomorrow's goal. The other half right into Johnny's pocket, if you'd like to throw in. So there you go. Let's watch a little mainstream media coverage of Donald Trump and his interview with Tucker Carlson. Now, Johnny, I'm going to give you two choices. The mainstream media either covered this very openly, very honestly, talking about why Trump didn't go to the debate and why this was a better move for him, or B, they got really bitter and cunty and started to express that cuntiness on the air instead of giving the news.
Oh, I'm totally going with B.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if you're right. I know you're look, I know you're on pins and needles. I know you're not very confident in your guess. I know you're not sure if CNN covered it that way. So let's not waste any more time. Let's see what they thought about the Trump-Tucker debate.
Yeah. Given we know Bakari, Donald Trump's not going to be showing up and he's going to be trying to counter-program. And then you have on Thursday, him turning himself in, as Kevin rightly put, is going to steal a lot of the spotlight. What do you think?
No. Whoa. Him turning himself in is not him stealing the spotlight. People like
you guys trying to fuck him over, okay?
You guys are trying to bend him over and fuck him, and he's showing up for his fucking, and you guys are like, look at this attention whore showing up for his fucking. It's like, he has better shit to do. You indict him 5 times over bullshit. The Georgia one, he literally called the governor, who's of the same party as him, and goes, hey, any way you can help me pull this out? And he's like, no, I can't. Ah, shit. And they're like, well, he's got to go to jail. It's like, I don't know if you guys remember a little election called Kennedy versus Nixon, but JFK's daddy was making a lot bigger phone calls than that. Not only that, but in 2000, George W. Bush's fucking brother was the governor of the state that was having the recount.
And that was never worth someone getting indicted over.
No, right. Jeb Bush didn't necessarily do anything wrong. They just used the political advantages they had in Florida to shut down the recount. It's dirty pool, but it's not illegal. And Trump asking a guy, hey, anything you can do to fucking budge me ahead over there? That's totally fine to ask that question. Is it a little scummy? Is it looking to, play a little dirty pool? Absolutely. But you're allowed to ask.
As we've been saying on this show at this point, with how corrupt the politics and politicians are, at least in this country, if you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Right. And is that really even cheating? It's just you going, hey, think you
No,
could?
it's not. My point is it's aiming to cheat.
Right.
Because it's aiming to bend the rules. But again, if you're not trying to do that in some way, shape, or form, why are you even running for election? And as we've seen, it's not like the other side didn't play any dirty pool either. It was awfully dirty to keep that laptop story under wraps and a bunch of other shit that they did. I really don't have a problem with Trump trying to do this shit because as far as I'm concerned, at least on just misleading the public alone, the election was swayed.
Well, that's how I've always felt about politics in general. Is it's kind of like steroids in baseball. Let everybody cheat, and whoever wants it more can cheat more. There you go.
I want to see someone bend an aluminum bat hitting a ball and the ball just explodes.
Yeah, right.
That would be amazing.
Okay, what Trump did in Georgia is like me going to a guy I'm golfing with and going, hey, can I kick this ball and you won't count it as a stroke? And they'll be like, no, fucking hit the ball. And then I hit the ball. And you can't give me an extra stroke for that just because I went, hey, what do you think? Can I kick this? No, you cheating fuck. You can't kick it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I imagine on a golf course more, you'd walk up to someone, hey, how do you feel about pocket balls? And they just kind of silently start scooching away from you.
Here's what I do. I go, how do you feel about pocket balls? They're like, that's kind of against the rule. What if I give you one too? Be part of what I am. All right, so let's see. I love that. I had to stop that lady. She's like, oh, he's going to take the spotlight with reporting for his Georgia charges. It's like, you guys did that. You can't.
We're only trying to arrest him. He's going to be such a glamour hog. Be like, look at me, I'm going to jail.
Oh, he's being such a cunt about us arresting him.
Because I know you are always in the business of giving advice to Republicans. What do you think a win looks like on the debate stage tomorrow?
Yeah, they don't listen to my advice, though. Goodness gracious. So, look.
Yeah, that's because you say shit like, hey, don't nominate the guy that 60% of your voting public wants to be candidate. I love this guy's like, yeah, the Republicans don't listen to my advice. That's because the advice you give is, hey, ignore 2/3 of your voting public, and then you'll be fine.
Your advice is, hey, Republicans, do the stuff the Democrats want to do.
Right. Hey, Bakari, they don't really listen to you. Why is that? I don't know. I give really good advice, like just be Democrats. Spend a shitload of money and then don't worry about where it comes from.
Trump really doesn't like me. He says that I'm a political rigger.
I think there are a few things. The first
Oh, no, he's a Democrat, so she was being sarcastic. I was going to say, huh?
is that I somewhat disagree with my friend, my colleague today, about who has the most to lose and the most to gain, and that being Ron DeSantis. And the reason being is because we actually have DeSantis' work product. I mean, Ron DeSantis got mollywopped in the debate by Andrew Gillum, and he got destroyed by Charlie Crist, and I'm not sure Charlie Crist is anybody's example of what
Wait a minute, where are you? Where are you, what ass are you pulling that out of? Didn't he beat both of those guys by didn't he just win his re-election by 30 points or something like that? Oh, yeah, he got fucking destroyed by Charlie Crist in the debate. Yeah, you know who disagrees with you?
The voting populace of Florida.
Yeah, 2/3 of Florida disagrees with you. God, these people, it really is incredible. I like watching their I couldn't watch one of their shows, but watching their clips is kind of fun. Because you go on there and you go, oh my God, you guys just weld yourself into a bubble of delusion and then just huff each other's farts all day.
They're metaphorically living in a chair that I'm sitting in.
Yes, they are. They are in a rhetorical egg chair at the moment.
Glowing political candidate should be at this stage in his career. And so we actually know how he debates and how poorly he debates. For me, I think that it's kind of going to go South Carolina, meaning Tim Scott and Nikki Haley with the most upside. Then Donald Trump, even though he's not there, probably having an opportunity to win the debate. And then the third tier is going to be those individuals who actually have some fortitude, who stand up against Donald Trump. And those two individuals right now are only Asa Hutchinson and Chris Christie.
Oh, well, hey, Asa Hutchinson and Chris Christie, not dirty, rotten, corrupt bastards at all. God, could this guy just say, look, I don't like Trump and I want them all to attack him and be mean to him and drag him down? Like, I love when people like give you advice and then try to paint it as, oh yeah, this is totally what's best for you, when really what they're trying to do is sell you on what they need.
Yeah. God. And it doesn't really work out for you. And then they're like, hey man, it's not my fault. I just gave you the idea. You had to make it work. And then on top of that, if you ignore their ideas, like, well, I try to help, but they won't take any help from me. You act like your help is literally to kick me in the dick for your own benefit, Dick. No, thank you.
And then not only that, but like they all need like Jesse Pinkman standing next to them going, just for once, tell me you want this.
So I think those are the three tiers of individuals who have an opportunity to win tomorrow night. And just for the record, Donald Trump's counter-programming is horrible. I don't think...
I gotta hear this. Him doing we're going to give you the view count after this clip.
Anybody's going to be watching Tucker Carlson on Twitter or X or whatever it's called now. And I don't think anybody's going to be responsive to his quote-unquote counter-programming. However, regardless of if Nikki and Tim, who are talented, who do give a vision for the future, politically we disagree, but...
Fuck you. You want them... Don't give me this shit, Democrat, like you want those two to win because they're good. You want them because your party can kick the shit out of them. That's why. That's like me saying, oh, yeah, you know who the best Democrat is for 2024? Joe Biden. They've got to run Joe Biden. I mean, he's so experienced and smart. I may not agree with him politically, but boy, I tell you, that guy's on top of things.
Dude, this is the same shit they've been doing for a month or two ago. CNN was running just a fucking slew of, well, do you hear how much of a shouter Joe Biden is off camera? Oh, that Biden's a real tough customer to people when the cameras aren't rolling, when he's not in front. Oh, he's been known to berate some staff members and yell at people. Oh, he's a real, and it's just kind of like trying to sell this like, wow, people are just like, oh my gosh, I'm just so worried about getting reprimanded by Joe Biden. It's like, no. He is not some sort of tour de force off screen. Joe's taking a fucking nap. All right. Like when the cameras are off, the guy's laying down. Okay.
I'm not trying to give advice to the Republicans, and I'm not being sneaky here in any way whatsoever, but I think they should nominate one of the people that 99% of the party is not in any way interested in. Let's let him finish up his little thing here. He says that the Trump counter-programming with Tucker is horrible, it's bad, and nobody's going to watch it.
But it seems to be healthy for the Republican Party. Even if they have a good night, that's going to be short-lived because at 6 a.m. people will be talking about something else.
Yeah, that interview that nobody's watching. All right, so nobody, what did he say, Johnny? Nobody's going to watch it.
Nobody's going to watch it. Nobody's going to tune in.
It's all bullshit, and it's bad for you. Right now, let me hit refresh. The Tucker and Trump Twitter interview has 165.4 million views on Tucker's account alone. Okay, let's say that half of those are bots. Let's do that. I'm sure they're not, but let's go ahead and give them every advantage possible. And let's say half of them are bots. That would still be a good 82.5 million people.
All right.
That have watched Tucker and
do you have any numbers on the debates? Or
let's see if we have any numbers on the debates. Ratings for Republican debate. Doesn't The ratings are not, I think those usually come out like 24 hours later.
Damn.
I could be wrong. Yeah, it doesn't have any ratings information yet. Ramaswamy emerges as lightning rod at GOP debate. Oh, shit. Did Ramaswamy win? That's too bad because all the other Republicans they were busy watching Donald Trump. First name.
Great. Ramaswamy won, so that we now know who, like, literally, it's the race to be the runner-up. I really don't care.
Right. First name, last name says complete clown show last night. Not one of them are worthy of the nomination for president or vice president. Skeezy says, watch them claim that his counter-programming is election interference. That wouldn't surprise me in the least. But the thing with those people is they don't get truly desperate until they throw out the soft touches and those don't land. Then they really try to throw out the ridiculous shit. Sean says they don't all necessarily have to be American to watch, though. That's a good point. It's fair enough.
Fair enough.
Let's say,
still, if people are paying attention, that's still the point. Nobody's going to watch this. People are watching it.
Fair enough. Let's say half are bots, and then half of that half are from elsewhere than the United States. That would be 41 million Americans still watched it. So
that's a shit ton.
It's a lot of people. Ramaswamy is basically brown-skinned Ron Paul from the 2012 debates. Okay. I mean, again, if Trump's not at the debates, do they really count as full debates? You know what it's like? It's like watching preseason football. You're watching the second-string defense, the second-string offense, and you're like, well, I know I'm watching people wearing my team's uniform, but that's not my team.
Plus, if they pull a hamstring, it's not like it's going to affect the main game.
Yeah.
So who really cares?
They're going to be fine.
That's where we need to make it more blood sport-esque. If Trump's not involved, these debates need to take on the form of American gladiators, like full-fledged. Put them in the foam, the thing and everything. Like have them go up against Laser, Blazer, all the fucking Azers, and just like shoot foam balls at them. I want to see Ramaswamy dodging foam balls. I want to see DeSantis get hit in the ball with a tennis ball. It's going to be great. The joust would be awesome.
So we're done. We're done, basically. Yeah, it's over. Why take it seriously?
Why not, dude? We're so close to electing Mountain Dew.
Macho Camacho. Yeah.
Macho Camacho, Mountain Dew, whatever. Yeah.
Colorful Glasses says, remember the fable of the scorpion and the frog? It's in their nature. Exactly. They're just going to do that. Lab Glass says they were going after Vivek pretty hard, and it didn't faze him. I mean, he seems like a pretty calm, cool customer.
He's had a lot of people go after him pretty hard, and he just kind of seems to brush it off. The only thing I don't know enough about him, like I'm too worried that that someone's got him in his pocket and we just don't know about it.
They do. I do know that like a few years ago he was shilling for like some New World Order-y type stuff, and it seems like he's kind of molded himself. Like Vivek Ramaswamy, the thing that makes me nervous about him is he seems too much like a product.
Like he's put himself out to be what we need, and because he's selling that, and then another Biden thing where once he gets in, he's just gonna do whatever he wants and fuck the people.
Yeah, Rob Manugan says he's a pharma guy. I don't trust him. And look, I'll preface it with this: nobody's perfect. Everybody's got some kind of corruption or dirt on them. I mean, you have to if you're going to get to the point where you can be president. But yeah, I don't know if I trust the things he's saying. 175 away from today's goal. If you're just joining us today, anything over the goal today, half of it goes right to Johnny. Johnny is taking half of whatever our overage is today. So thank you guys very much for chipping in today. We do appreciate it. About 700 of you here. We appreciate that too. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe, hit all that stuff. We do appreciate it. All right, this is NBC News' coverage of Donald Trump's interview with Tucker yesterday and their coverage of the Republican debates. I think this is the last clip we have. Oh, shit.
We have to face the fact that Trump is the most disliked politician in America. We can't win a general election that way.
The audience is booing you.
Guys, I don't know who's running these people's teams. See, a lot of me believes that this primary season is basically these people's money laundering schemes. Like they take in donations from billionaires and millionaires and they extract a shitload of cash and then they funnel that to other people who funnel it back to them as personal income. Like Black Lives Matter did. Remember Black Lives Matter Patrice Kaluurs paid her ex-boyfriend or boyfriend or whatever consulting fees, and then he put it right back in her pocket. That's what I think.
They do the same thing.
Yeah.
And plus, after election season's over, they've collected all this money for stuff. They don't necessarily have to disclose what they spend it on, and they don't have to give it back.
Right. So I think for a lot of these people, they come in, they get 1% of the vote. They get to throw their horse shit out there. They get to shill for whoever gave them the money. It's like a little sponsorship deal. And then they drop out of the they drop out of the race. They take a cool few $1 million with them, and there it is. Because if you're Nikki Haley, or if you're someone running Nikki Haley's campaign, I can't believe that you would actually let her go out there and say that the guy that 60% of you want to be the candidate right now is a right piece of shit who nobody will vote for.
And that is going to be horrible for American elections.
Right.
I mean, literally, you're speaking to your electorate going, the guy you want is a person that nobody wants. And we're just like, no.
No, we all,
that ain't how it flies.
You have to tell these people why they would want you instead of him. You can't go, you can shit on a guy who's at like 13%, and you can maybe convince people like, oh yeah, that guy is a dildo. But if the guy's at 55 or 60% and you start shitting on him, now everybody's circling their wagons around him. And now this is really going to be bad for you.
Welcome back. That was Nikki Haley earlier tonight, and perhaps the most direct attack on the former president during the debate tonight. Tonight's debate was at times surprisingly light on any focus on Trump, something his campaign perhaps had counted on. The former president appeared in a pre-recorded interview, part of a debate counter-programming strategy by his campaign. Joining me now, we have Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Atlanta, where the former president will be surrendering to authorities at the Fulton County Jail tomorrow.
They're already camping out in Georgia, just getting the lotion ready and whacking off. Like, oh, he's camping out there in Georgia. He's going to be there bright and early when Trump turns himself in to be processed.
Yeah, and the thing is, these dumbasses don't realize that while they do this, the only people that salivate over this are the people that live in that bubble or believe that bullshit. But if you're independent or on the other side, the rest of us just lean harder into Trump because it's like, again, it's not even subtle.
Right.
You're like, hey, this counter programming attempt that he attempted to do, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and here we are waiting for him to get turning himself in. Because remember, guys, he's going to get arrested. Remember all those crimes he committed? Things that everybody else has done that we've kind of ignored all the time. The thing that Biden's done a bunch of, hasn't been indicted once. But hey, Trump.
Oh, and Vaughn, this was a choice. The former president could have done this last week, could have done it Monday or Tuesday before the debate. Not an accident that this is happening at the end of the week after the debate.
No shit. He never said it wasn't.
Oh, and by the way, you tried to indict him and get him arrested and turned in before the debate because you actually didn't want him turning up to the debate, by the way.
Right.
You just didn't want him doing any counter programming. You just wanted him silenced as a whole. So the part you're pissed about is that he didn't turn himself in before the debate. He didn't go to the debate. He just went off and did his own thing. Yeah.
There's an old saying, they cry out in pain as they strike you. And to me, that's our media. Crying out in pain as they strike you. Like, why are you victimizing me? As they punch you in the head. And you're like, I'm not fucking doing anything to you. Oh, I'm in such pain. They cry out in pain as they strike you.
Because I think what happens in Milwaukee, they hope stays in Milwaukee.
Right. This posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, just 5 minutes before this GOP debate started. It was a 45-minute conversation between Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump. And he, right off the top of the interview, was asked why he was not partaking in the Fox debate. And Donald Trump said, why would I do that when I'm up by 50, 60 percentage points? And why?
Yeah, that's 100% right.
It's called stating a fact. You guys should try it.
It's called hiking the ball and then taking a knee. I don't have to gain any more yards. I don't have to score any more points. I'm set here. You guys got to catch up with me.
Why would I stand there on a stage for 1 to 2 hours only to be harassed by others, including several who were at 0, 1, or 2% in polls? And he openly suggested that the likes of Asa Hutchinson, Chris Christie, they should drop out of the race completely. He suggested that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was gonzos in his own words.
He said that DeSantis is gonzo. I mean, That is, to me, that's the most surprising thing about this so far is that Ron DeSantis has been absolutely no challenge to Trump, because I really thought he was a little bit. I thought he was going to be a bit of a push, and I
thought he'd be more of one. He's kind of flustered and floundered this whole time to the point where I'm like, Ron, buddy, you should have just hung back and let all of this happen and come back at it in 4 years.
Yeah, I'm willing to admit that I don't look so good on that prediction, because I said, no, he's got to run now because he's the lockdown kid, and in 5 years, people are going to kind of forget about that, and he's not going to have as much cachet as he does now. But I also didn't count on Trump getting indicted 4 times and everyone rallying around him either. So they kind of created this monster.
And he directly talked about the now 4 indictments that he has faced over the course of these last 4 months, calling them BS.
Let's skip to them playing clips. I don't give a shit about these. Honest, I was just thinking about this. You could probably put 2 chimpanzees on the screen and you get about as much information as you are with these 2.
So do you think it's possible that there's open conflict? We seem to be moving towards something.
I don't know, because I don't know what it, I can say this. There's a level of passion that I've never seen. There's a level of hatred that I've never seen, and that's probably a bad combination.
For the amount in which the Republican candidates on that stage in Milwaukee went after one another, Chuck, tonight, who have suggested that if Donald Trump were to be put into jail or lose the 2024 election, that they would see this going to a dangerous place. A woman just told me earlier this week in Iowa, that she, in her own words, thought the civil war was imminent here. I think we're at a very difficult point for this country, and Donald Trump is...
Right, yeah, but why are we at a difficult point for this country? Is it because Trump voters and people who like Trump are just, oh my God, they're so unreasonable and they're just pushing and pushing and pushing? Or is it because of the shit you guys keep doing?
Is it because a blatantly obvious corrupt guy and a corrupt government are just needlessly hammering on this person because they clearly don't want him to be in office? Meanwhile, the rest of us are getting completely fucked over in terms of our investments, finances, daily lives, all of that shit. Life is just getting more and more expensive to the point where we're like, you know what? We're empathizing more with the guy you keep beating down.
Right. Labglass says it's definitely, over on Rumble, Labglass says it's definitely a money grab for Haley, Christie, and DeSantis. I don't think Pence is smart enough to money grab. He'd probably spend it on marbles. That's remarkably mean-spirited, but I don't know his intellectual level. Maybe he does like to just play with marbles, which, by the way, what's wrong with that? You tell me right now, what's wrong with playing with marbles? Huge Erection says, I'm with you, Aaron. I like it when Huge Erection is with me. And I know I'm on the right track. He says, I'm with you, Aaron. I like what he's saying. Don't know if I trust him. Exactly. Vivek Ramaswamy just seems like one of those guys who, like, he's checking all the boxes.
Yeah.
And that makes me nervous.
Yeah, it makes me nervous too. But like I said, the reason I've been a big fan of him so far is because I like the way the way he talks when I've seen him. But again, I openly admit I have no proof or validation to believe that is who he's going to be if he's elected. I mean, I have to hope.
Yeah.
That's it.
Edwin Lindstrom raises a great point because there's people in the chat going, I see so many Trump signs. I don't see any Biden signs. Edwin Lindstrom says Trump posters in yards don't win votes. And not only that, you got to think of where you live. You know, obviously, yeah, where you live, there's 90% Trump stuff to 10% Biden stuff. But all of the population lives in major cities that we don't live in.
And they also don't put a lot of signs out there.
Right. They don't put a lot of signs up there.
Get a couple in windows and shit. But most of them, of them are just going to vote.
Ironically, because they're too broke from Biden's economy to afford those signs to hang up for their president. Hobo Chili Recipe says, notice everybody that's against Trump, he used to work for him. Disgruntled ex-employees. I guess there's probably some of that. Skeezy says Trump isn't special. They will hate, ridicule, call names, and discredit anybody with an R next to their name. Well, no, here's what they'll do. They'll compliment other Republicans while he's around. They will talk about how good they are, how decent they are. I mean, once Pence totally disavowed any of the January 6th stuff, they were like, oh, Pence is reasonable. Pence is good. But I guarantee
he was the thing holding that whole thing together.
Right, but I guarantee if they end up somehow nominating Pence, they'll be like, oh, is Mike Pence a Nazi? Have you heard what he says about women? And does he hate black people? And is he, you know, I mean, they're playing a game. That's all it is.
Turned on Trump, but how much did he really have to do with January 6th? Like, they'll back off on that, but they'll come back at it when they want to.
Yeah. Matt Melt says the media beats us because they love us. Regulatory Affairs says smooth-brained Democrats. Trump has immunity. Nixon v. Fitzgerald. Oh, shit, we're getting into case law here. Was a Supreme Court case that dealt with immunity from nuisance prosecution of government officials. Well, lock them all up. Captain Caution with $5 says vote for Tony Robbins, Tim Robbins, or Baskin Robbins. Okay. Thank you, Captain Caution. We will take that under advisement. And $5 from Coltrane. He says Trump should just refuse to pay the bail and see if they have the balls to lock him up. Lock him up and he becomes a martyr. Lock him up and the Secret Service shuts down the whole jail and they are forced to release or move all the criminals. How bad do you want to stop this guy? I wonder. 165 away from today's goal. And if you contribute today, half of what we go over the goal today, half of it goes into Johnny's pocket. That's what we're doing for today's show. Just a way to say thank you to Johnny for coming back this week, feeling better, and throw a couple of bucks in his pocket. We're already only 165 away. That's remarkably good. To give you an idea of how good that is, usually by 8 o'clock, we want to be under 200. So fuck it. Get it back, get her down to 0, and then we start counting Johnny's money at that point. And about 700 of you tuning into Steel Toe right now. Great to see, guys. Thank you very much. Only an hour and a half in. Hit like, thumbs up. That's great for the algorithm. Gets a lot of people in here. Hit subscribe. We appreciate it. There's a new report out, and we got a bunch of good stuff coming today. We got that rich woman who got totally shit-faced in the middle of the day. There's nothing better than a good day drunk crashing into somebody and then being caught on body cam. We've got that coming today. Also, we've got, you know what? Let's do this MSNBC clip real quick. I think this will kind of put a bow on everything. I forgot about this. If you're wondering if MSNBC is maybe losing their mind a little bit, that Trump is doing well in the polls and that they're getting a little desperate, listen to, they've gone with the passion play of January 6th is bad. They've gone with, if you like Trump, you're a bigot, or if, all kinds of attacks on Trump. I think this one might be the most desperate one I've heard so far.
We've been hearing, Gene, for so long that the Iowa voters are deeply religious. Oh, they're swear to Christian evangelists.
Hold on, I'm going to full screen this just so we can, just so everybody can see. It's Morning Joe, and no offense, they do tend to be the craziest out of the MSNBC shows. Like, they really kind of just tee up crazy shit. But here's Joe. And look at these two. They left their spouses so they could fuck each other, and she just looks like no fun at all.
Is it weird, or have the years gone on? She looks like she's become more and more masculine.
She is. Yeah, she is becoming more and more masculine. And I think he married her mostly because her dad is basically, like, when they talk about the Trilateral Commission and the New World Order and shit like that, Zbigniew Brzezinski, her dad, is considered one of the guys. So if you've ever wondered if the New World Order conspiracy theories are true, just remember she got to anchor a morning news show with absolutely zero likability, presentability, or talent. So if that doesn't tell you that there's a secret society out there and her dad's the head of it, case in point.
Oh, and by the way, last time 2 other co-hosts decided to bone, they didn't get to keep their show.
Yeah, that's another thing. The Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski thing is every bit the scandal that TJ Holmes and Amy Robach is. But not only did they not get fired from their job and become pariahs from the industry like those two did, people went like, oh, good for you guys.
Oh, cute that you became a couple and now you're hosting a show together.
Yeah.
And Gene for so long.
Plus TJ Holmes is a way better name.
Religious.
Did they do it because he's black?
Oh, they're It's where the Christian evangelicals are. Oh, they're the most. If you go to Iowa,
Come on.
they love Jesus
Don't
so
make fun.
much.
No.
We've been hearing that
Well, it is a
since
little
Pat
hypocritical.
Robertson won in 1988, or maybe he was in second. I don't know. Maybe he won. I don't remember. But we've been.
That's good. Good news, man. Good news, man. First of
Glad
all,
we couldn't look up some facts before the show.
I'm going to shit on a large chunk of my audience for being Christian. And then I'm going to go, oh, yeah, they're so fucking stupid over there. They voted Pat Robertson in 88, or maybe he came in second, or, I'm not really sure. I like to sound like an ignorant piece of shit when I call other people stupid. I wonder why our ratings aren't good.
They're so righteous. Oh, now what do we find out? They trust a four-time indicted reality TV show host who a New York judge called a rapist, who bragged about sexually molesting women, saying that it's the way it's always been, and maybe that's.
Oh, are they doing the grab them by the pussy thing? Holy shit, they're pulling out all the stops. I think somebody's a little worried. By the way, the only reason the people of Iowa trust him more is because your guy is a colossal fuck up. Don't put this on us. You put us in this position. You brought.
Yeah, but that's the worst part. They always go, and they trust this guy. Can you believe it? And we're like, yes. Now follow that train of thought to its logical conclusion. Why would they do that? Yeah, why would they do that? Look at your candidate. I know he's great, right? Jesus fucking Christ. Come on, man.
You brought me a potato. Of course I trust the rapist more than him.
Jesus Christ, Crowders.
Doesn't know whether it's good or not. Twice as many of these voters. Porn star payoff illegal.
Yes. She is unlikable, like to the extreme, where they're, oh, come on, no. Talking over him, like that scowl on her face all the time. Again, if you don't believe in the New World Order, her dad is the big new Brzezinski, and she got a gig.
It's not even just that she got a gig. It's that she keeps it.
Right.
Because, like, ratings are a thing.
Yeah, people on Fox have been fired for far less success.
I'm talking like 41. Porn star, payoff, illegal. But now, twice as many of them basically say, we trust that guy over a minister of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's
and
amazing.
Scene. Go, G.
No, I mean, it's just amazing. What those numbers suggest is that a whole lot of people in Iowa are going to hell, right?
That's where we're at. That's our big, astute political analysis now. God, this guy has broken so many people. This guy has just broken so many people. That, first of all, he's got Joe Scarborough talking in that voice. And then this guy going, well, all these Christians are going to hell. What the fuck are you talking about, guys? Relax for a minute. I mean, you would not think that these people were in charge of everything if you listen to them talk.
I just don't think they pay attention to the reality of the world in terms of like what people really think. Like, oh, these people are going to hell. I don't think these people are viewing Trump as a religious imperative. I think, well, one, I do think the religious people have a strangely weird ability to absolve Trump of how he doesn't fit that mold.
Right.
But either way, again, it's just, guys, look at people's lives now. It's just 3 years ago, shit was a lot better. It's a lot harder to argue we can't vote for that guy because, you know, things were horrible under him. No, they weren't. Things are horrible now. Why would we pick that guy? Because this guy that we have sucks.
Right. People in Iowa right now are going, look, I love Jesus, but I also love $2 a gallon gas. I'll pray a lot more if that gas price comes down. Okay. Trump derangement syndrome is real. Someone says, yeah, but you know what is actually surprising me? You know what's shocking me a little is that it's getting worse. Like they continue to do, it's again, that crying out in pain as they strike you. They keep doing more and more shit to him, but then they keep getting more and more angry.
Yeah.
Like
they make him more likable and they wonder why.
Right. That's the amazing loop. that they don't understand. You're making him more of a sympathetic figure, and then you get upset that he's more of a sympathetic figure. Then you should have won the election and then fucked off and done your thing. Instead, you were like, no, we got to really make sure he's dead. It's like they're burying a zombie. It's remarkable. And then they wonder why people are starting to feel bad for the zombie.
Why are these religious people supporting Donald Trump? I don't know, because you're attacking him so much, you might as well put a cross on his back. You're turning him into Jesus.
Just drive nails into his fucking hands while you're at it. Might as well. He shows up to one of the debates and he goes, sorry, guys, I had to put bandages on my hands. I'm a little late. Stigmata. MSO says, who cares? That show is irrelevant to Steel Toe. I get that. And thank you, ? I'm not sure, MSO, but I just think that kind of shit is funny to me. I like watching people with that cognitive dissonance who just go, fuck him, he's a piece of shit. And then people are like, I'm starting to feel sorry for him. Fuck you for feeling sorry for him. He's a piece of shit. The more you call him a piece of shit, the more sorry for him I feel. Why are these pieces of shit saying this piece of shit isn't a piece of shit? Dead Game says, and they act surprised.
Yeah.
They do. Let's continue on here with today's show. I'll get through this one really quick because I do have my eyes. It's like I see some vegetables on my plate, but then I see this giant fat steak that is this crazy drunk bitch on this 22-minute body cam. We're going to watch a lot of it, by the way. It's going to be a lot of fun. If you're an ROTC fan or a Nightwave fan, please tell me Mersh didn't do this one first, because Mersh likes to do a lot of body cam stuff too, and sometimes he gets to that stuff
fun.
before I
I've gotten into it myself.
Yeah. But first, I wanted to point this out. American workers, according to a new report, are demanding nearly $80,000 a year salary to start new jobs. Now, on one hand, look, I get it with the way housing prices are and the way inflation is. I get needing more money. But at the same point, this is what I've always worried about with my generation. I'll say it. A lot of people like to shit on other generations. But this has always been a problem I have with my generation, and then it goes doubly that for Gen Zers, is that people don't take opportunities that are less than what they want but have growth potential. They want to,
because everyone, like, even I know this example from my sister. Everyone just demands what their market, what their job value is worth, like right out of college. Like I went to this career and this is worth this much to this much, and I need that starting. It's like, yeah, but the place that's hiring you has no idea if you're going to work out. That's a lot to invest. You need somewhere where they might not give you that much right away, but you prove your potential and you've got, upward mobility. People have lost sight of the idea of a job with upward mobility.
You took the words right out of my mouth. It must have been while you were kissing me. No, you're $80,000 a year is what you work to. And I get that $80,000 a year is not what it used to be. That's
right.
Absolutely true. However, start at 40. I started at, oh God, what did I get paid in Litchfield when I worked there? $1,800 a month? No, that couldn't have been. Yeah, I was at 21.6, and then I made like an extra $3,000 doing like play-by-plays and baseball games and stuff like that. I think I made like $24,000 my first year in radio, and I paid $380 a month for a one-bedroom apartment in downtown Litchfield, Minnesota, and it worked up from there to this amazing success you see in front of you now. We're still working at it, damn it. But like, you take the...
I thought we were giving up. I'm so lazy. I was like, thank God we're done.
That's why you brought the egg chair.
That's why I did. I don't have to go anywhere. Put plumbing in this thing. I can shit in here.
But you take the smaller job and you see a path to moving up to the $80,000. A lot of these people, and the other thing I understand about the desperation is that they come out with so much in student loans, that they got to start paying that shit back right away. And then you look at $1,500
so much debt, and it collects interest. You can't skate on it in any way, shape, or form.
Right. And then you look at $1,500 to $2,000 a month just for rent nowadays. And you're just, I mean, look, I feel bad for the people who have to go out and get a job in this shit. I really do. But at the same time, it still takes building blocks. It still takes, time to build up to $80,000. There are very few businesses out there that are going to take an unproven person and just hand them 80 grand a year. Like, you have to develop a track record before you make that.
And trust, a kind of tenure, if you will.
Right. And if you hold out and hold out and hold out, and you go, oh, well, I'm going to hold out for that 80 grand a year job, you're going to end up working at Applebee's, and you're not going to be doing anything that you went to school for, and you're going to be scraping by. You got to start at 30. You got to start at 40. You got to start somewhere around there, and then you'll get to that point. You'll end up there. Irish NY, absolutely. That would be sanctioned murder. I would crush that, but thank you for writing. Dead Game says instant success and the lifestyle isn't common, but to hear a kid demand or expect it, it still makes me grin. You know, I'm not as big of a prick as I used to be about that. I used to just be like, aha, these fucking kids who, who think they're this or think they're that. You know, I understand why. I understand the pressure. I understand, you hit the ground, and this is a big problem with the whole system we have. You hit the ground running and you're $100 grand in debt and you got to start paying that shit back. And it's got to be anxiety producing.
Yeah.
But also,
you either have a car payment to make or you're going to end up having one soon, because whatever car you have probably isn't doing the greatest. Like, it's how long does that have? You've got to establish yourself with somewhere to live. And if you're one of these people who it's like, oh, well, I went to college for my dream job. Well, what was your dream job? My dream job was to be, an actor or a thespian. It's like, right. So how does that pay the bills? Well, it doesn't, which is why the government should pay me a minimum wage to exist. Like, no, it shouldn't. Again, you should have a plan of something to do for this.
Yeah, right. It's like I said, like I have more sympathy for them than I used to. But also, life is a game you build up to. Like, your whole 20s, basically, is borderline broke all the time. Your 20s is for working up to it. I always said when I did radio, I was like, look, man, the lifestyle I'm living right now, I really love radio. I love broadcasting. It's my passion. It's what I want to do. So I got to try and get to $30,000 a year by my 30th birthday. That was my goal. And I was like, I'm going to set things up for that to work. Now, luckily, it worked out a little better than that. But I
thought you were going to say, well, unfortunately, I had to backslide just a touch.
Yeah, how about 41 by 51? But no, I just being realistic and just keeping your head down and, just realizing that you're not going to get a really nice car, right? I think, I paid like somewhere between $2,500 and $3,500 for my cars back when I was in my 20s. And you're going to drive that for a while and you're going to have a studio or 1-bedroom apartment, but you're going to build up, you're going to gain skills. And if you're really good at what you do, people will notice that and they'll compensate you for it if you're that necessary to the company. And then there's also the idea of, and it's not as easy now, but live cheap. Go out and live in a shithole in the middle of the woods, or, go live in a 1 or 2 bedroom house, or, is something like that. And, live on the cheap, buy a car that doesn't need a car payment,
Yeah. My first car was $500. It needed a new computer. It was an 89 Grand Am.
Holy shit.
I had to put in a computer module.
Didn't even know 89s had computers. Shows how much I know.
I didn't know that either, but apparently it only runs for about, 30 minutes without one.
I thought in 89 you started those the way Jack Wade did in GoldenEye, where he took the sledgehammer and just whacked the fuck out of it until it started.
Oh, dude, that was my beer running car in high school because the strut in the back rear well of the car punched through the tire well because of rust. So we had to remove the part of so the shocks were really fun on the back of the car. It bounced a little bit, but in the winter it would shovel like snow and sand and stuff in there. So you had to clean out the trunk regularly. Yeah. So if you bought beer in Wisconsin, because you can do that when you're 18, and then you wrap it in a bunch of trash bags, by the time you get home, it's like really nice and chilled.
Can you still do beer at 18 in Wisconsin?
I don't know about now, but it did back when I was in high school. That's where we went to get beer all the time.
Okay. Yeah.
In Rod,
I was going to say, I thought the federal government made them change that or they wouldn't get highway funds. So yeah, I think sometime
I wouldn't be surprised, but
D Gulag says if you make over $50K, you get taxed to hell where I live. Yeah, that's always a bummer to hear people talk about the big raise they got and they get so excited and they up their budgets on stuff. Then they get that first paycheck and they realize they jumped the tax bracket.
And they got actually kind of a pay demotion.
Yeah, they're like, fuck me. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, let me check my notes here. Yes, that is how Republicans get made. 165 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Let's knock out that 165 today, because after we hit that goal, not only do we do a half hour of overtime, but Johnny gets 50 cents out of every dollar that we go over today. So you guys got off to a great start, and believe you me, that's awesome, and we appreciate it. But if we go over today, Johnny gets half. Kind of a thank you for him getting over his illness so quick, coming back. And now with Gino doing Rumble Friday tomorrow, April's got the rest of the week off. What kind of bullshit is this?
Oh, and isn't Gino doing? Is that this weekend with Gino on Monday too?
No, it's okay. So that is going to be September 25th.
Oh, okay.
You're going to do Tuesday and Wednesday. April's going to do Thursday and Friday. Gino and Keanu are coming here for the Vikings game, and then I figure if I'm working with another person I got drunk with the night before, I can't drag my own show down. Like if you know,
the two of you will.
Yeah, the two of us, we can match energies that way. So yeah, that's the schedule coming up for this week. Very exciting stuff, and thank you guys for getting so far out ahead of that goal. MSO says, why not 100%? Well, I thought you guys would have wanted some of your overage to go towards tomorrow's goal, but if you want to go 100%.
I'm fine with that, too. I just feel like every time we mention that I get something out of it, the goal progression slows down, so I think it's kind of self-defeating, but hey, whatever.
You know what, MSO? I was trying to give, a little half to the audience to give them a break tomorrow, half to Johnny, but you know what? I'm one of those guys. I'm like Marty McFly. If you call me yellow, I'll fucking turn around. What do you guys think? Both in the Rumble chat and the YouTube chat, does Johnny get 50% of over or 100%? And by the way, whatever Johnny gets, then Gino gets tomorrow. So this is a double vote here, if you will. Ooh, about 750 of you hanging around watching the show right now. Go ahead and let us know. And also hit thumbs up. Great for the algorithm. Wayne Chambers says 100. Von Kaiser says, give it all to MSJ. Who's MSJ? MSJ.
I think he means MS Johnny.
Oh, MS Johnny. Give it all to Johnny. MSO doesn't want Johnny to make any extra. All to Johnny, 50-50. All right. You know what? I think this calls for a poll. Johnny gets all or 50-50. 100. Here we go. 100%. 50%, whatever. Now, first of all, we have to knock out the goal and go over, so we're being very presumptuous at this point. But we'll see. There you go. The poll is up on YouTube. We can't do polls on Rumble yet, but there is that. So, 50%, please. Anything to get more Gino, says Ryobi. Well, I don't think that really
says more Gino.
But. Yeah, I don't think it really impacts Gino. We're just going to give 100% of the overage to Johnny, and then tomorrow 100% of the overage to Gino. Greasy N-word with $10 says, pay the man. We're down to 160 for today. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, and by the way, this is a binding poll. I have to abide by the results. 88% right now saying that.
I'm all for that.
Yeah, Johnny gets 100% if we go over. There you go. So 160 away from knocking it out. Packerbacker says even more generous. He says, give 150% of it to Johnny. That does seem a little self-defeating, but I'll take
Just
it under.
Touch.
Yeah.
But I'm not against it on a one-time deal. I don't know how you feel about it, but I mean.
MSO with a good point. He says, thank you, Johnny. Or he says, you're welcome, Johnny. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, thank you.
Tin the Toolman Taylor says 100% up to 100, then 25% after that. Well, that's kind of a screwy Jewy tactic. Every dollar means every dollar, in my opinion. Red Fox Mad says give every guest 100% of what the show makes. Hey, wait a minute. $2 coming in from KF Sage. Sage Retard, PhD KF. God, we're so full of drops now. It's so hard to find them.
Sage Retard, PhD KF.
With $2, he says, dare you to check Twitter DMs. Oh, fuck. I hate when I get dared to check the Twitter DMs. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah. Was there going to be an audience suggestion hour, or was that on Friday?
The audience suggestion.
Just topics for a short time.
Oh, yeah. We got to figure that up. Or figure that out. Hold on. We got Sage says, anyhow, new AI platform dropped yesterday. That's unfiltered. So here's your. Oh, no. They've taken April's hunting pictures and they've found a way to put her in different places. This is April at Auschwitz. I don't think you're allowed to bring a gun in there like that. And then there's another one.
Thank God they didn't edit the uniform at all.
Oh, no, Johnny, did you know April was at January 6th with a gun?
Oh, my God, really?
April was part of the insurrection. Jesus Christ, monkey balls. Oh, boy. Well, thank you, Sage. I did not know that my wife was at those particular events. That really, that changes things. I mean, do I report her?
I assumed you wanted to renew your vows.
Well, with one of them. But is it? Yeah, P. Fletch with a great question. Is April a Fed? I mean, April hasn't been arrested for her role in January 6th yet.
No.
So if she hasn't been arrested for her role in January 6th, but she was there with a gun and that picture is, that picture is legit, then yeah, oh my God, is her name April Epps?
Do you need to, I don't support snooping on a spouse through a phone, but you might need to check and see if there's some message contacts with Ray Epps and stuff.
That is really, that's an unfortunate thing to find out live.
Your marriage could be a lie, dude.
Wow.
She's working for the man and she's just dicking you down so that she can report your loads to the government.
So our marriage, if I'm to get this correct, is a psyop.
Yeah. America's stepmom works for the CIA.
Fuck. 87% of people saying 100% of whatever we go over today goes to Johnny. So that is a binding poll. 160 away for today. There's the Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links in the chat. Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants count as well. So there you go. When we go over today, everything we go over goes right into Johnny's pocket after the program. Well, KF Sage says, sent you leaked Hillary nudes. You're welcome. If you did, this relationship is terminated. I cannot. No, I do have a message.
Oh, no.
Oh, God, no. Please
Yep,
don't.
check them nudes.
Please don't. Please don't be. Ah, fuck my ass. You piece of shit.
He wasn't lying, was he? I'll be honest, I haven't seen that body naked in quite some time because it's impossible for me to eat.
God.
People, how could you cheat on your wife? And I'll say, have you seen her without clothes? Quite frankly, I can't.
That's not. Oh, Sage.
Not for human consumption.
Sage, you son of a bitch. Let's go to Ryobi on line 1. Ryobi, what's up?
Hey, so I'm slowly putting this all together. Like, if your wife's a Fed,
yeah,
and Granny's a Fed, does that mean it's instead of Granny loves anal, it's April loves anal? And I don't see her there to refute anything.
I mean, so far
made as an accusation.
So far, April has not denied any of these accusations of Feddom. So we have to operate.
At least Granny sits there and he denies it. Your wife's not even denying it.
Well, April is now in the chat saying no, she's not a Fed.
Well,
And
I mean,
that's her,
how many?
That could be anyone.
Yeah. She said, yeah, she says I did too deny it. She says she denies it. She says she's not a Fed.
Right.
But then what's then how do you explain having a shotgun at January 6th and you've never been picked up for any charges?
I feel like the photo evidence speaks for itself. I love April, but
I mean,
I'll be on this side, man. But
she's a nice person, but I met her in person. She seems nice, but you never really know about people these days.
Well, and this is you guys having a hard time with this. Imagine how I feel finding out that your wife is a Fed and probably reporting on the goings-on of your broadcasting program.
Yeah.
Your kids aren't home, are they?
Not right now. Not at the moment. After the show,
oh my God.
Right?
Oh, right. That'd be the worst.
Oh.
I'm gonna hang up, and if you need, I can forward you some I don't know, marriage counselors.
No,
maybe.
hey, no documents. Hey,
let me know what you may need.
One thing we're learning today: no documents are safe in communication here. We don't know who we can trust.
Right. Okay. So this will just be a me and you conversation. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I agree with you, Irish NY. Coltrane says her dad is Ray Epps. I mean, it does make sense. It does make sense.
But then, if her dad is Ray Epps, you've met. So her other family is fake?
It's got to be, right?
I haven't met them. I've seen pictures. You've met them. They were at your wedding.
Mr. Saint Caesar says, was April responsible for you being swatted? It makes sense now. Oh, my God.
I don't want to go too far with this, but I don't know if you remember this. I was on the up and recovering pretty well until April entered the picture. Why did my legs suddenly take a dive a couple years ago? What the fuck, man?
I got to say, this is the hardest day in steel toe history.
Yeah, dude.
This is a tough one.
I don't be you after the show's over.
Fine. I mean, if April wants to dispel rumors of Feddom, I mean, she can. But simply just saying no, I mean, that's what every Fed says.
Yeah, I mean, like the evidence is starting to mount, and we need to address this.
Johnny, I want you to behave yourself, and I want our audience to behave themselves as we move on to a new topic. Do you think you can handle that? You think you can be a good boy for this next story?
I will try.
I'm going to read the headline in the first sentence, and you're not going to giggle or snicker or think of any jokes, even though this is a comedy show.
Right.
Okay. Monkey sightings. This Florida city issues alert over wild monkeys being spotted. At least one monkey appears to be on the loose in Orange City, and authorities are urging residents to report sightings to Florida wildlife officials. Orange police said on Wednesday that they received multiple calls about monkey sightings in the city. I mean, that sounds like a wildlife problem to me.
Yeah, I just...
What? I said don't laugh.
I'm not laughing. I'm just thinking, I mean, if animals are on the loose, that is probably going to ruin just local, because housing rates are bound to go down, right?
Attacking us.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. You got to worry about those damn wild monkeys coming in everywhere.
Right. I mean, if you've got an invasion of these wild monkeys just all over the place, how are you supposed to keep the streets safe?
Right, dude. There's too much. And now with police being under attack from everything, they're afraid to react. I mean, unless they get in trouble for using abusive force on these monkeys. And then now PETA's going to get in there and be like, hey, it's not right to beat a monkey.
I mean, there's reports coming in.
The monkeys were determined to rummage through our bags and take whatever they could.
There's a monkey on the front porch.
Oh, my God.
I've been in a punch-up with a dozen monkeys.
Oh, I didn't even know that was a accent they had in Florida. So apparently, let's guys, I'm reading your comments in the chat, and I have to say, I thought we could be more adult than this. I thought we could be more grown up than a lot of the things you guys are saying here in the chat. So I think this next sentence is going to help Johnny grow up a little bit, help the chat grow up, because we're talking about wildlife in Florida. Monkeys showing up, making life uncomfortable for other people, and disrupting the general flow of society. So
just completely dangerous animals.
What I'm saying, right. Exactly. That's all this is just primates running around the city. We got to get them rounded up and take them somewhere else. The latest monkey sighting. I just don't know how long I should milk this, is all.
Right.
The latest monkey sighting was near the Popeyes restaurant at 256.
God damn it, why? It's like they're setting me up.
I'm trying to be good. I'm trying not to be what they say I am. I'm trying to be a good boy.
Why Popeyes? What did you do?
I mean, this is, by the way, a psyop by the media. Because why would you report this story? It's not an important story. You're trying to get the rest of us to think it. This is not a story worth putting on the front page of a local news section. Oh,
it is once things go down at Popeyes, and even they do that.
The monkeys are stabbing people in line, waiting for the spicy chicken sandwich. They're taking people's shoes off. It's all gone to hell in a handbasket over there.
What do you mean you're out of biscuits?
I didn't know they could talk.
Well, I mean, these monkeys are apparently, they've decided that they have, a hankering for chicken. So, I mean, anything's possible.
They got all these wild monkey sightings all over Florida. They're at Popeyes restaurants, and I'm just running around saying, where are their fathers? Let's get this thing under control. Florida Wildlife confirmed that the animal is a rhesus macaques monkey and warned residents not to feed or attempt to capture it. But I thought if you captured a wild monkey, you got his pot of gold.
No, that's leprechauns.
Oh, I always forget.
Capture a wild monkey, you just get a bunch of bananas.
Oh, good. We are working with FWC in an attempt to not only safely capture the monkeys, but also find the permitted owner, if there is one. I thought that was uncouth a long time ago.
So wait a minute. We're not supposed to attempt to feed or capture the monkeys, but they're allowed to capture them? That's not fair. I say if someone gets to capture the monkeys, we all get to capture the monkeys. I deserve to get some dental floss and a chicken nugget and try my luck.
If you actually can clear the monkey population away from the Popeyes, they're offering a 3/5 discount, which is very generous, if you ask me.
Love them monkeys at Popeyes.
Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 says, so is it orange is the new monkey? It's actually the least offensive thing any of you have said.
Orange is the new orangutan.
Coltrane says monkey was witnessed to be leaving Popeye's chicken with a half-used roll of toilet paper and a chicken sandwich. Well, that just sounds nice. P. Fletch says stay away from the wild macaques. They spread herpes. That's 100% true.
How you got it? From a wild macaque? Just a macaque in the wild?
A macaque in the wild gave me herpes. Son of a bitch. Black Malice with $5 says, I knew she was April is fed because she's way out of your league. That's a good point. Black Malice also with $2 on Rumble says them monkeys committing 51% of the violent crimes. I don't know. They don't have opposable thumbs, so I don't know what he could possibly mean by that.
Yeah, they do.
Macaques?
Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure we've got the opposable thumbs in this business. 155 away from today's goal. And by the way, if we hit today's goal, not only do we do a half hour of overtime, but we're also giving Johnny 100% of every dollar we go over today. And we'll do the same thing with Gino tomorrow. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships. We're getting awfully close to getting down to zero. Thank you, everybody. So this problem in Florida still going on. We will let you know if they solve the monkey problem once and for all in that troubled state. Johnny, do you know about, I don't know if you take, if your kid goes to the library or not?
Not yet, but.
Okay.
We do a lot of the reading at home. That's, I've learned that with what I've seen in the world, homeschooling is probably going to be a big thing in our house. Just no reason.
Well, I know this. I know that when you go to the library, when you return books, and maybe you know this too, you put it in a big drop box. You open up the drop box, you throw the books in there, you're good to go. What level of retarded would you say you'd have to be to lose any kind of appendage in that drop box?
I mean, like TikTok, they're retarded. I mean,
TikTok
you'd
retarded.
Intentional.
I found a lady. I've made a discovery that is that retarded. And we've got audio. Let's check it out.
Oh,
And video.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah.
If it were like a kid or something, I could understand.
It's a lady.
You get how the world works, right, bitch?
A woman recently lost the tip of her finger in a way that even doctors say they have never seen before.
Jesus fucking Christ. Could that woman curve anymore? She's like a Wyoming mountain road.
Yeah, dude. And what's wrong with that? How you doing, Hanny?
Just saying, any more curves, he's going to want to date her.
Well, get in line. I'd like to go first.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
Her finger was chopped off as she went to return a book at a library drop box.
Do you think this is the kind of woman who hopes lockdowns come back because she just wasn't built for the outdoors?
I think it's her middle finger, too. Or it's just a weird camera angle.
How the fuck do you lose a finger to a library drop box? See, this is why I don't read. It's far too dangerous. I'm not willing to lose a finger.
Movies are just always better. They're shorter, and if you don't like them, you can just stop halfway through, check if the ending's any good, and just say, fuck it, and leave.
Exactly. That's like there's an old Jim Gaffigan joke that goes like, people always go, oh, yeah, I thought the book was better. And he said, yeah, you know what I liked about the movie? 2 hours, no reading. Perfect. Yeah. Just my speed. But now let's continue on here. I need to know what kind of dipshit you have to be to lose your finger in a library book return box.
What you're about to hear is pretty graphic. West News' Michelle Meredith tells the woman's story.
And I was panicking and shocked. As she sits in her Mount Dora home, Bobby Haverly wonders how the tip of her finger got chopped off by a library book drop box.
I feel even less bad for you to discover. I thought it was like a heavy metal one.
Right, like the ones where you pull it down.
And it just like, bang, got like the tip of your finger. And I'm like, dude, how dumb are, like, I'm trying to figure. It was a drop.
The mail door slot.
You couldn't push forward a little bit to open it?
I mean, you want to do a news story like this, and as the anchors, you want to express sympathy for this woman, but then also expressing sympathy for this woman kind of makes you look like a retard too.
Because good God, lady, this has to be intentional.
You can't let this woman outside without supervision anymore. She has to be watched.
These are one of those assholes that's like, I got the last Pringle at the bottom of the can, but I can't get my hand out. Let go of the chip.
She's a walking clerk scene.
Yeah.
God.
I don't know if I just use this hand only to drop it. It happened at the WT.
She didn't know how to use the fucking library drop box. I'm sorry, Johnny. I don't go on the news to talk about this.
I don't admit this to the doctor.
Right. When they come to me and go, hey, I heard you got your finger chopped off with a library drop box. Would you like to speak about it? Not even to my own children one day. I tell them I got it eaten off by an alligator.
Oh, my good God.
Blend Library in Mount Dora says she had books to check out and one to drop off. There was a line at the front desk, so to save time, she used the drop box inside the library to return her book. Bobby says as she went to put the book in the book drop box, the metal door just snapped back.
How? It's not big enough to cut your finger off. What kind of
gravity driven?
What kind of fucked up bone
forward.
density? What kind of osteoporosis having holy boned motherfucker do you have to be to lose a finger in a drop box with a door that light? I mean,
again, even if it came down with all the force it has,
right?
Just lean forward and push it again. Your hand comes out.
Does this mean that this dipshit had this door fall down on top of her finger, which doesn't hurt, by the way, and she tried to pull it out? You got what you deserved. I can't help you. This is too retarded. I can't help you. I'm rarely ever, we cover so much news on this show that I'm rarely ever surprised, and I rarely ever see something for the first time. This is a new one by me.
Yeah.
I've never.
There's no way that happens and severs a part of your fucking hand. unless you pull. You have to, the door does not have enough weight. And even if there's a spring behind it, spring loaded, it doesn't have enough weight. You could tell from them hitting the thing. There's no way that takes your hand. And if you push forward, your hand comes free. The only way that takes any piece of your hand is you freak out and you pull your hand back and bye-bye a piece of your finger because you pull the door closed and it pinches your hand off.
That's all you've got.
Have to help.
I must warn you, what Bobby says happened next is graphic.
My finger got pinched, and I thought I just pinched it like you do in a closet door or something. And when I reflexively pulled it away, I just was shocked at the blood. I didn't know where my fingertip was.
I mean, if you're the person who comes to help this woman, your first words are not like, oh, let's get you some help. You look at it, you see the blood, you go, how the fuck did you do that?
How the hell did you do that?
Is this a magic
trick? I reflexively pulled it away.
Are you David Blaine?
Were you not? Again, all it takes is were you not looking? When I reflexively pulled it away. Well, if you were paying attention, not only would you have felt your finger get pinched, you would see that it was on the fucking door and the whole thing there. And again, just maybe a little light push and pull your hand out. You'd be fine.
I love how she says reflexively like it wasn't her fault. She's like, oh, reflexively. It's like, well, no, other people would just take their other hand and just push that door back up and pull their hand out. But no, how hard do you have to rip at one of those light little return doors to get your God damn it.
I want to know.
What were you doing? Soaking in a bathtub for 36 hours straight before you went into return that book? How soggy was your skin?
Now I'm just kind of curious. This is weird, but how soft are you?
Right.
And it was stuck.
That's what you want to ask the co-anchor.
Well, yeah.
In the metal box.
Bobby is a registered nurse, was able to work.
Oh, no.
How many people have you killed, ma'am? Not intentionally.
Right.
Just by doing your job
just
and being you.
Doing your level best. How many deaths are you responsible for? And whatever that number is, we need to go back and recheck it.
Her shock and work to try to save her finger.
I immediately said to the staff, please get me some ice water so I could put my hand in there, and please put the fingertip in ice cold water to possibly salvage it.
You don't keep it on ice cold water. You keep it on frozen ice.
Well, not frozen ice. The best thing is like crushed or broken up ice.
So it can surround it.
Well, you don't want the ice crystals to be too solid because then they'll freeze the tissue. You want the tissue to be as cold as possible, but not quite to the point of freezing.
I have another idea, Johnny. Don't rip your fucking finger off in a library return box, you dumb nurse.
Look, some people love paint chips, okay? They taste good. They come in a variety of colors. And if you live right next to the right people, you're in an endless supply. She just likes her paint chips.
Sadly, they could not. The whole case is freaky.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Something library patrons we talk to, no matter what age, say they never saw coming.
If I ever use it, I'm going to be extremely careful.
Don't worry, son. You have an IQ above 82. You're going to be all right. God.
Is a new caution sign.
What?
Please do not place your hand inside this book drop. Was that there before?
No, they said this is a new caution sign. A library shouldn't have a caution sign on anything. A library is one place where you should have to exercise zero caution. I mean, sometimes there's a guy whacking off in some of the bookshelves, but outside of that, I mean, no real caution.
That says
that's only in the kids area anyway, so as an adult, you'll be fine.
Please do not place your hand inside the book drop. Bobby has filed a lawsuit against the city of Mount Dora.
Oh, you piece of shit. You have got to be butt fucking me that you're filing a lawsuit. Oh my God.
The main reason? To put it out there and hopefully get libraries to think twice about what is really necessary to protect a box of books.
Is that what you call your brain? Just because I would have said rocks, but books works too.
Again, what is necessary to protect them? This wasn't that big a deal, ma'am.
No.
Again, most people, the whole thing, I got to put it out there that we need to do with, we need to ask, is this going too far? No, until you showed up, we've had zero problems with this. Everybody else has managed to figure out the book return slot.
Yeah, there was never any reason for this to be a thing until you came along. Let me be remarkably clear about that. God.
I need people to be aware of what? Your stupidity? Like, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to alert us to.
Bigot on socialist media says, too bad she couldn't fit her head inside it.
Yeah.
You know, you win.
Really see what's going on.
Look, guys, you win some, you lose some. A lot of people in the chat are just saying, called it. They were saying at the beginning of the story, I bet she is going to sue. I bet you there's going to be a lawsuit. And of course,
well, that's the only reason she's doing the news piece, to get more fucking gumption and motion for the lawsuit. That'll really put the pressure on the state. Nobody will see this news article and think, wow, I'm a really dumb bitch.
I can't believe that you fell for the old man-eating toaster gag. Skeezy says, this is why society is crumbling. Innocent people being sued because women are remarkably stupid. Rigger Hater says a VHS recorder assaulted her at Blockbuster. Oh, that's just terrible to hear. Terrible to hear. It's just, you know what? And I bet you that library settles.
Probably will.
Because they don't want to be getting legal bills every single month because this woman's dragging it out and dragging it out, much like she dragged her bloody finger through the return slot.
I'd really love a judge to just look at this. She's like, I need to draw awareness to what? Your stupidity? This is really not. We've had zero issues with this till you showed up. So how about you pay them? You got their return box all bloody. You traumatized employees. You're a nurse. You're used to seeing blood. That kid wasn't. He's in the corner just puking. New guy's in the corner puking his guts out. And also you could save a few pennies.
D. Gulag says her lack of embarrassment is impressive. Really is. Hey, guess what? She gets to vote, by the way.
God damn it.
I don't care who she votes for. It should be canceled out immediately. If she votes for Trump, I'm voting for Biden, just because my instinct to go against whatever she does. The library should sue her, says SH, for getting the blood on the books.
Hey, there we go. That's what I said. I like SH. He agrees with me.
That damaged everything. Boys and girls, $155 away from today's goal. Everything we go over today goes right into the pocket of our very own Johnny K over here. So if you feel like chipping in, there are the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, gifted memberships, Rumble Rants, etc. Let's knock that out. We've got about an hour and over an hour and a half before we bring out the offering plate. I feel like 155 is pretty doable. MSO says, I can't believe April is a Fed. I'm devastated.
Right?
We're still, look, I mean,
it hits home, man.
We're all still very much reeling from the.
Imagine you more than me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've
seen you naked.
Got a lot of things here that I need to process. That's for sure. All right, let's go ahead and check out this. This is just going to be pure fun. This is just, we might get through the whole 20 minutes. It depends on how entertaining this woman is. But, you know, on our Cringe, sometimes they'll put these police body cam videos out when they come out, and this one was put up 2 days ago. A woman was remarkably intoxicated, in my opinion, when she bumped into another car. And what ensues from there is, I can't even tell you what this video is about, because like with a lot of remarkably drunk people, it becomes about a lot of different shit throughout the process of, shall we say, discovery. Let's check it out.
What happened?
I was leaving here.
Were you able to get out of the store?
I think so.
Pretty tight.
To exit, to take a left, and she just rammed right into me. She was going to turn into here.
By the way, this is not the drunk woman. So this is the other person who got hit by the car.
So I'm guessing the driver's side door doesn't really want to open.
No, she must have got hit in the driver's side.
Where were you exactly? So you were right here. What happened?
And then, I guess she turned into here and she just ran right into me. And then I ended up there.
Were you in the roadway yet or no?
No.
So we got her side of the story. So now we've got to go talk to the, oh yeah, see, there's a picture of, or there's a shot of the door. So she got it pretty good and jammed it up. Well, Johnny, there's two sides to every story.
Right.
Let's see what the other woman's condition is, how she's doing. Is she all right? And how this accident came to be.
Hi. Do you have a driver's license on you? And your insurance?
All right, she's sobbing already. This is never a good sign when you pull them over and they're already sobbing.
I don't mean to be a dick, but fucking, no offense. I got a checklist and 50-50, top of that list for women crying. Whenever something's happened and someone has to talk about what went down and who's done wrong, let me just say, I expect half of the women involved in any of those situations. I mean, just let me just start by saying, and I'm just like, all right, of course, we're fucking emotional out the bat.
Are you saying the crier is usually guilty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just say, I don't have much sympathy for the one who starts weeping right out, unless somebody died, unless it was a look. Yeah. If you were the person who got hit, okay. But if someone's like, hey, this person came out and they just fucking creamed into me. Right. Like, oh, shit.
If you're placing direct pressure on an open wound and the cop is checking in on you, you're allowed to cry a little bit. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
If you T-boned a lady and we asked for your side of the story and the waterworks beat us to it, I got some issues.
Right. The old lady who seems like she's seen some shit, she's like, came in, hit my door. I was over here, skidded this way.
Her vehicle's fucked up and she doesn't even seem too jarred from the incident. She's just like, yeah, I was just coming out here, and then she just nailed me. Just fucking ran into me.
And now 3 seconds in, we already know that this woman's going to be great.
Insurance?
I want to call my dad first.
She's already awesome.
She can't sit straight. She has more trouble sitting up than I do.
She looks like Stevie Wonder playing the piano.
She looks like one of those little fucking punching bags you get for kids that have the sand in the bottom where you just hit it, it just comes back. And then if you bump it once, it just sits there rocking back and forth forever.
Yeah. Can I see your license and registration, please, after this accident? All right, I have a counter offer. Can I just make a few phone calls first? No.
All right. I need to talk about what happened.
I still need your driver's license and insurance, okay?
Why? Because that woman is going off her rocker.
Oh, that is drunk.
Yeah, do you do sobriety tests because they do say anything you say or do can be used against you in a court of law. Is that just not a mission of drunkenness right there?
She's off her rocker. Ma'am, excuse me, could you take the dial you have in your back and turn it to full speed rather than 0.75? Or 1.25? That would be great.
What happened today?
My grandma died.
You tried to kill someone else's?
So now you're trying to kill old people because you're upset about your grandma dying.
She doesn't want her to be there alone.
So, by the way, her grandma totally didn't die today. But, so they pull her over, what happened? I need to call my dad. Okay, we can't let you call your dad. That woman is off her rocker. Try again. My Cam died. Oh, boy, she is going to be fun.
That's what happened.
Today?
Today.
I'm so sorry.
And I was going to the special cemetery.
No, not just any cemetery, Johnny.
The special cemetery.
The special cemetery. Her grandmother, mentally retarded. So they had to go to the special cemetery. Oh, my God, Johnny, do you think she lost this finger in a terrible book returning accident?
She died from blood law.
Or blood loss.
Or blood loss.
You lose too much blood, you ain't going to make it.
The funeral procession was short, so it was a short procession.
Okay.
And that's when I got into the car accident. I think that was the current one.
I understand, but so she's buried here. She passed away 2 days ago. So you were coming today to pay her respects, grieve, or just to visit her today?
I was coming here to pay my respects for my grandma.
Oh, no. Okay, now there's something about a drunk woman crying about her grandma that now she better do something really shitty in the next 20 seconds or I'm going to start to feel sorry for her.
Oh, dude, what are you talking about? I don't feel sorry for her at all. Apparently, like, I don't know if you can't pay your respects to your grandma when you're sober or something, but, or if you can't wait to start drinking until you get to grandma's, but, yeah, no, man, I'm sorry. You thought driving this hammered was a good idea. I lost my grandma. You almost took someone else's grandma off the scrape. So, no, too bad.
I tell you what.
What am I? We're feeling good. Things are happening.
So, what happened here? How did this occur?
Because she was too close to my end.
Okay, I'm back on the hating her side. Well, that makes sense. Now, the old lady, Johnny, I'm not saying that she's trying to purposely hide things from the police, but she never said anything about being too close to this woman's end.
Yeah, in fact, she said that she was just, driving out, minding her own business, and this lady just piled right into her. She mentioned nothing about her end being in there, and that sounds like she wasn't paying attention to that lady's end.
You never get too close to someone's end on the highway. We all know that. And by the way, could we argue that this woman has fucking tits?
Yeah, she does.
A little bit. Big drunk.
It's her only redeeming quality so far.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's worthwhile about her. All right, I got to hear that end line again.
My end. And when I went into there and I pulled, you know what? Tell her to stop.
Well, she's just saying
to stop. Fuck. By the way, do you notice that stop sign is bent? So she hit that stop sign too. That stop sign is leaning backwards.
Well, the stop sign should have been looking out for her end.
her whatever photo she needs for the insurance.
Now, if you're the cop, do you know she's shit-faced yet, or do you just think she might be hysterical?
Oh, no, I know she's shit-faced.
Okay.
The shit-faced clue was when getting her paperwork, the world was all a wobble. I'm like, all right, someone's intoxicated. And then if you didn't know by then, the introduction of the end, I feel like was a giant red flag.
And could you tell her to stop fuck? Might be another sign that you're intoxicated.
No, don't stop fuck, start fuck. I'm on a dry spell. Let's get this going.
Okay. So, do you have a newer copy of the insurance?
What do you need right now? Okay, like, seriously, what do you need?
So I need your driver's license.
Okay.
So I need your driver's license. That's your registration.
Okay.
I don't need that.
Oh, no.
Driver's license.
Okay.
It's right there. How much did you have to drink today?
I didn't have anything. I told my mom told me that my grandma passed away.
Okay.
And that they were going to the monument.
Okay. Today? They were going to the monument today?
Yes. And that's why I'm so upset. So you can talk to my parents.
Okay, little girl. We can talk to your parents.
How much have you had to drink today? Talk to my mommy. I haven't been drinking at all, you piece of shit. Talk to mommy. Oof.
Then.
I don't need to talk to your parents. I need to talk to you, because you're the one involved in this accident. That's not your driver's license either, man.
She's pulling out a wet wipe. I'm sorry, but I just shit my pants a little bit, and I need to clean up before the shit juice leaks into my pussy crack. What? The fuck is wrong with this lady?
Oh, my driver's license.
Yeah. So how much did you drink today?
Enough to mistake my driver's license for a wet wipe?
I love that he's asking the question again, and she isn't going to do the intelligent thing. Go, you already talked to me about this, because she's not coherent, because she is drunk. So she's just going to start fighting it, and I want to hear her new explanation of how she's not drunk.
I love the segments of this. This makes me feel like we might go through the whole 21 minutes of this. Wipes equal phone. I got contacts. A handstand. I want my attorney. The wreckage. How am I under arrest? Do you want purchase the purse? Way above your pay grade. I want to talk to my father. My expensive purse. Abusing dad. And charges. There's some pretty good track lists on here.
Yeah, I feel like this thing could go platinum. Jesus Christ, lady.
None. I did not. I have 2 different breathalyzer things in my car.
Oh, that's not good. Now is not the time to let that be known.
So what you're saying is you somehow found a way to start your vehicle and then start drinking?
You're saying what happened was you have an interlock device and either somebody blew into it for you or you blew into the interlock device and then just started pounding booze. Either way, troubling, ma'am.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I do.
Where are they?
Did you not see me point to them?
Well, now is not the time to be a bitch, young lady. This is not going your way. Ooh.
Garage door openers.
Oh, wait a minute. What? Go back.
That's why I was waiting. I didn't want to ruin that.
I thought, okay.
Where are they?
Those aren't breathalyzers.
Did you not see me point
you're
to
right.
them?
Well, those are garage door openers.
Which are also breathalyzing.
She's my favorite.
I have had nothing to drink. Do you not see the breathalyzers? Those are garage door openers. But that's not what they said.
Look at this. Look in the back seat. Do you see my breathalyzer? Ma'am, that's the cock of a Puerto Rican who quite frankly looks terrified. I blow into it to see if I can drive. God, you people are so stupid. Do you have any breath mints? They're right there. She points to his balls.
Submission.
Oh, that's cool.
The cop's like, fuck it. I don't get paid enough to argue with you.
All right, we'll believe this for now.
That's awesome. Breathalyzer in your garage door opener. That's great. You know, in case you
realized at that moment, arguing over this is pointless. I'm already going to be taking you downtown and doing paperwork and processing you. So fuck it.
Yeah.
We don't need to sit here and die on the hill of whether or not your garage door opener can tell you you're drunk.
Yeah, the cop is like, look, I'm not the drunk one here. I can tell when I'm not going to die on the hill.
Buried today, or?
She's being buried here today, and if all of you guys are here...
What time?
I don't know.
I'm really broken up about my grandma's death. They just called me today to tell me my grandma's dead. And then we're also
buried there.
Yeah, we're also magically burying her here the same day that she died, but I have no idea what time. Ma'am, you're far dumber than you think you are.
Phone number, Christina.
I know, and I'm going to call my brother-in-law, who is a 411.
Oh, shit. You had no idea, did you, Copper? Now somebody's in over their head. Her brother-in-law is a 411.
Shit, I better call my chief. Chief, she just invoked a 411. I got a 411 on my hands. I don't know if I'm rated for this.
Shooter. Bury her in her grandma's hole. Nobody will know.
He's a 411? What's a 411?
And you can tell your whomever for the 4th of July.
Oh, she's so she's getting drunker as the conversation goes on because she ain't even opening her eyes anymore. So you're right, Johnny. You were right. She's been drinking in the car.
She's been pounding in the car because whatever she's consumed is still hitting. Her body's processing it more and more, and she's still going down.
I do need to find out what a 411 is, though.
And you can tell your whomever for the 4th of July. Tell them good luck.
I see.
Right, ma'am. You have had nothing to drink at all.
By the way, they just released this body cam footage 3 days ago. She's saying you can tell your whatever for the 4th of July. Good luck. This was taken September 8th of last year. 10 months away from the 4th of July. Oh, I can't remember the last time I was this fucked up.
All right, Christina, I need your phone number for the report.
Yeah, and I'm going to talk to my...
Oh, my God. Look at her. Look what she's doing.
You're going to call someone through a Kleenex?
She's calling someone through a Kleenex. Hey there. Want a boogie?
In private?
That's not a phone. It's a hand wet.
I know, it's a hand wet. It's still a phone.
Ma'am, I've got one that fucking folds, okay? I understand technology, all right? This thing folds in half. All right, but fucking that's one I've never seen. You've got apps on there and disinfectant? That's impressive.
Did I not tell you were going to love today's show?
This lady is my new favorite person. Is she about to perform street magic? That would be the best. She's like, yes, but it's also a phone. No, ma'am, it's a hand wipe. And then she like rips it and a phone appears. Oh, don't you feel stupid?
It's flash paper. She goes, fucking galaxy.
Prestige. Fucking Jesus.
It's still a phone, okay? Don't you know what?
Yes?
Don't ever remain me as a dumb.
I'm not.
Does she kind of look like fucking Amber Heard right now?
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
Amber Heard?
A little bit fatter faced Amber Heard.
She's fucking like uber drunk Amber Heard.
So she's Amber Heard.
Yeah. Well, I just mean like alcoholism Amber Heard, where she's put on.
Don't you ever, what was it? Don't you ever remain me that I'm a dumb whore? Was it whore or
dumb
bitch?
Whore, bitch or something.
Let's see.
Don't ever remain me as a dumb.
I'm not.
Oh, dumb fuck. She said as a dumb fuck. Okay.
Oh, I was hoping she was going to say dumb cunt. All right.
Yeah, you did. You said, Christina, I'm trying to...
That's a pretty good impression of that cop.
So I thought she was him for a minute. I was like, you're going to get out of here with that.
Officer, don't you feel stupid? Roasted. Actually, the is the most understandable thing I've heard her say so far.
The part I love about this is whether or not those garage door openers actually contain breathalyzers. I'm sure an interlock device will be part of her future from here on out.
Right. If you didn't have a breathalyzer thing in your car before, you're going to now.
If they make one that can be interlock tested while driving, they're going to put that on you too.
Let me.
No, you're not closing the door. So here's what's gonna happen, okay, Christina? Okay.
She's dialing on her.
I can have my own.
No, not at this time.
I can have my own police. So she's a libertarian.
Call him. Yeah. On your Kleenex.
Did he just say the popo is on its way?
No, he said 1:14:23.
Oh,
means he's here.
The popo. Yeah, the popo. Guess what my brother-in-law is? A lot ahead above you.
A lot ahead above you. Are you having trouble? I'm having trouble deciding whether she's 19 or 40.
I don't know either way. All I know is like, I don't feel bad for anything that happens to her.
No.
But I love that she gave us this moment in time.
Right.
I'm just sitting here just going, you know what? Bravo. You sacrificed so much for us.
For our entertainment.
And we can't thank you enough. Jesus Christ.
Good? Yeah. So, shut the hell away from me.
Shut the hell away from me. She's right. This cop's getting his ass kicked. This cop is getting ripped apart. I mean, this is brutal. I've never seen someone get served so well.
Oh. Jeez. I just wonder if she's single. I can fix her.
Get away from me. All of these people driving down Devon.
Driving down Devon?
Why don't you guys ever clock them?
They would, but there's crazy drunk bitches plowing into people's driver's side doors.
They're not hitting other people in stop signs, ma'am. We kind of have a priority thing here.
Ma'am, if you would just get me your fucking license and registration, I could have been clocking them by now.
Never do.
It might be a good idea, too, right? Get some radar on the people on Devon in Chicago.
All right, Christina, can you step out of the car for me?
Yeah.
Oh, see, now all she needed was a cop to talk to her real nice.
Yeah, and be respectful.
Yeah, not like that asshole. Deny her garage door opener breathalyzers.
I'm sure that other cop understands that this isn't her fault. That other lady had no respect for her end.
Yeah, she was way too close to the end. Excuse me, officer, but did this woman say she was being crowded on her end and you did not let her go? You're just a piece of shit.
Turn in your badge.
Turn in your badge and your weapon.
Right back here for me, okay?
He told me that my garage door openers weren't breathalyzers. The other cop reaches over, rips the other guy's badge off. You don't deserve to wear this.
You said no medication, nothing?
Shut up.
I'm on medication.
All right.
What? You hide it well.
Never would have guessed.
You know, she's walking pretty well. I wonder if this just isn't as much pills as it is booze.
It's something. She's walking well now, though, I'll say.
Yeah.
And when she stands up straight.
The way you're acting, you're holding up a hand wipe as a phone. All right? And you're telling me that you were trying to turn in here, but you went straight across this way and slammed into her.
I was scared about what was happening.
So how much did you have to drink today?
Today, I didn't drink anything. I was here for my babshas.
Right.
Gravy.
Right.
I was here for my babshas graving.
And then she said gravy?
The gravy? Somebody's making gravy over there? Well, Jesus, maybe we should head over.
Yeah, dude, what kind of gravy? I love poutine.
I like, gravy's good.
I even enjoy Vladimir
poutine. That's all I was.
Okay. What'd you take today?
I didn't take anything today, officer.
Okay. All right. Can you do this for me? Can you put your feet together for me just like that? You see
your finger?
All right. What I want you to do is I want you to stare at the tip of my pen.
Oh, she's, look at her. She's wobbling.
I can't wait for my dad to pull you over.
Perfect. Can't wait for my dad to pull you over.
He's going to get his belt out. I've had it before. You won't like it.
Yeah, it's hard to, it's definitely one of the other pills or booze because she won't admit to either one. I think with the way her body's wobbling side to side and the speech, I'm going to go drinking.
I feel like it's drinking, but then I just saw she has like a bandage or something on her left hand's pointer finger. So,
well, that was from the library.
But if she saw a doctor for that, she could be loopy on Oxy or something too.
So say at the tip of my pen, okay? And what I want you to do is using your eyes and only your eyes, I want you to follow the tip of my pen, okay?
Oh, real quick, before he moves the pen, is she going to move her head or not?
I don't know about move her head or not, but I'm wagering that her body's going to go with and she's almost going to fall over.
Okay.
Understand?
Yes, I do. Just do it already.
I know.
What a bitch.
I got to go through all these instructions now.
How many times are you gonna do it till you know I can do it?
It's a few times, unfortunately. I gotta go through all the steps.
Oh, her head turned a little.
Her head.
And then you're gonna run into my dad, and he's gonna tell you to go.
Christina, can you do this for me?
I've done it.
Okay. And just hold still and just follow with your eyes.
You know, we also have to hold out consideration for the fact that even drunk or not drunk, she also is probably a raging bitch.
Oh, I bet she's a raging bitch. I thought you were going to say she's also probably tarded because, like, she does look kind of like they're like, hey, focus on the pen, and he's holding it pretty close to her. But she is pretty like, I've done it. It just doesn't.
But if you're drunk, you might do that too. So I'm going to hold off on retarded. I'm going to stick with bitchy and drunk with possibility of retard.
I think you're the retarded one.
It's like she's listening to us. This is creepy.
Oh my God.
I think you're the retarded one.
Well, never mind. I stand corrected. It's me.
It's me. We are the retards. She's fine. We're retarded.
Oh, I can't wait for you to meet my father.
Okay, follow the tip of the pen.
I am, you.
All right. So next, what I want you to do, all right,
Oh.
if you can.
What, you want me to stand on my hand with 1, 2 feet? I can't do that.
You want me to stand on my hand with 1, 2 feet?
She looks like Amber Heard, but she sounds like, oh God,
Beetlejuice.
Well, no, I'm thinking of dark-haired comedian. Kind of closed the door behind
Sarah
her.
Silverman.
Yeah. She kind of sounds like her at the same rate, which is weird because I have like mild issues with that lady. So this is not making me have any sympathy for you at all.
Regardless.
No, luckily we don't have to do any handstands. So here's what I want you to do, all right?
What do you want?
Take a few steps back.
Oh, yeah, she's wobbling. Okay. We were wondering if it was pills or booze. It's booze. She's wobbling pretty good.
Definitely booze.
Oh, you know what? It's 10:45 in the morning. She might have been out with friends the night before. She might be
This lady's friends?
She might be still fucked up.
That's heavy.
All right, stop right there. All right? So keep your hands flat on your sides. Heel to toe, just like this. We're going to take a series of 9 steps.
I can't do it.
Are you saying you're not able to do this?
Because of my back problems. I have curvular back.
So you're saying you physically cannot do this?
I will try, but I'm telling you, I have back problems.
This is why I'm asking you. Can you physically
And you're holding me up from my grandma's funeral.
Can you physically do this, yes or no?
You don't look like you're dressed for your grandmother's funeral, no offense.
I mean, actually, he might be doing you a favor. Is this really how you want to see your grandma? Like, hey, grandma, it's the last time we're going to meet. I thought, sweatpants and a T-shirt and just, lackadaisical quasi just been fucked hair. I just,
I
why
was
not?
going to say the greasy hair is a dead giveaway.
3, 4, 5.
Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, she's in rough shape.
Okay.
Well, I mean, how can you expect her to do it with her curvular back?
I want my attorney. Oh, now you know what? You know who I feel bad for? This poor woman now has to wait until all this shit is done. Poor old lady.
Stop. No, you do
turn
not
around.
touch
Christina, turn
me.
around. Put your hands behind your back.
Do not touch.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back.
Well, now she's.
I want to talk to
Turn around.
your
Put your hands
attorney.
behind your back. You can call them when we get to the station. Turn around, please. Okay?
You are
Turn
hurting me.
Turn around. All right. You're under arrest for DUI.
No, I'm not.
No, I'm not.
She's a gem.
Nobody ever tries that one.
Nobody ever tries to argue back. You're under arrest for DUI. Nuh-uh. Bullshit.
You're under arrest for DUI.
Yeah.
You're a towel.
She ain't giving up. I really thought I nailed that.
Whatever test you want
It's
me
too
to.
late, Christina. All right. All right. All right.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
We all
You're
agree.
hurting me.
Calm down.
You
we're
are
walking.
hurting me.
All you need to do is walk. All right.
Okay, that's kind of tough in her
Make sure there's
condition.
nothing in your pockets.
Yeah, she has a
Nothing
curvular
in
back.
my pockets. You're seriously gonna make me miss my grandma's funeral? You're seriously gonna do that to me?
Yeah.
It sounds like that's what they plan on doing.
Is that what you're gonna do?
Take a seat. Okay.
Sad part is, her grandma died of alcohol poisoning.
Yeah.
Ma'am, are you okay with us calling you a tow for your car?
Well, I don't need a tow. I need a ride home.
Oh, man.
I've got all
fucking
10
hip
of my...
grandma's been sitting in the shade this whole time. That poor lady.
The reveal of this whole story, that was her grandma. Dun, dun.
Oh, no. So she was right. You're going to make her miss her grandma's funeral. She ain't killed the bitch.
I want to go into the chat a little bit because now we're about to go into her at the jailhouse.
And that seems like that could go a whole nother level of crazy.
We're going to get to part 2 of this woman's drunkenness experience.
And we got to knock that goal out for overtime so I can make a quick buck.
Oh, yeah, and then Johnny makes every dollar that we go over from today's goal. So we're 155 away. It's been a great traversing of today's goal. 700 of you watching the show at the moment. Everybody hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate all of that. 155 away from today's goal. Great for the algorithm to trip that like button, trip subscribe, trip follow. Please do. Again, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all the links are in the chat. Go ahead and contribute to the program. Let's knock out that 155. We've got about an hour left to do it, so we got a good amount of time to knock that out. But let's go on a little rally. And the mood says, come on, Pores, get Johnny a payday, at least smash like. Yeah, the mood threw in 100 today, so he really wants to get Johnny a nice payday.
Thank you, the mood, for that.
You guys actually have done a pretty solid job so far this morning. All right, so going into the chat here, some people saying these motherfuckers are not real. Chief Nation, very happy that there's a part 2 to this. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, you guys were busy while we were watching all this stuff. A lot of crying laughy face emojis. Roachbait says, no, you're under arrest for DUI, not me. Oh. Mel Gibson after 12 beers. I am rubber, you are glue, officer. They never try that. They never try. Yeah, she was. Stevie J says she was just doing a Jedi mind trick. This is not the drunk.
I am not the alcoholic you're looking for.
She liked to have a few morning wine spritzers and a couple happy pills before she heads out to the Burlington Coat Factory. Says Dr. Climate Abortion. She sounds like a grandma when she yells. Yeah, it's not the sexiest voice.
Yeah, it's grating. And again, the whole thing, like, we're asking how much have you had to drink, and then she immediately denies having anything to drink and then does something exceedingly drunk.
Yeah, April says, I bet she'd be fun at parties. Fed parties? Oh, shit, April's a Fed.
Fuck. Oh, we knew it. Oh, I called it. I called it and ordered a pizza, and I hate that I'm right.
Son of a bitch. Dr. Climate Abortion also saying, I think I dated this lady. I think a lot of us dated this lady. SC Motorsports, can we get her as a second mic? Carlos says there are so many gems for Victor here. Yeah, Victor, if you want to cut some drops out of this, have at it. Mr. Approachable says, holy shit, we figured it out. She pulled a Matt. She took half an oxy and a shot of whiskey.
Uh-oh.
That'll do it. Dude, we almost watched him die on stream one night.
From doing that? Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Don't mix oxy and booze. Oxy in general, I don't touch that stuff anymore. So
it's pretty I mean, especially you mix it with booze. Yeah. It's pretty nasty. All right, let's get into the rest of this. Knock out that 155. Everybody chip in just a little bit to hit that 155, and Johnny will get everything that goes over. All right, here we go. Part 2. They're about to take her in to... do we care about the older lady?
Not really.
Okay,
like, no offense to the older lady. She's kind of an innocent victim in all of this, but you're really not the story here, ma'am.
Let's skip forward to the woman under arrest, the star of our show that we've been watching thus far.
Is your phone in your purse? Or is it in the car? I don't want to leave it behind.
How would I know?
It's your stuff.
I mean, okay, in fairness, That's a good question.
Well, where did she put the wet wipe?
Right, exactly. I mean, that's the phone.
That's
It's right
what
there.
she was
I see
dialing
them.
on before.
The wet wipes are right there. That's where her phone is. But I mean, in fairness, the cop should really kind of facepalm himself for asking that question. Like, hey, where's your phone? How should I know? All right, ma'am, for the first time today, fair point. I will take that under advisement. I'll check it out for myself.
I don't know if my phone is in the purse or not.
Let's double check before we head out.
Yeah, well, why don't you uncuff me and then all the regular faces that went by, that was for my family. But I know you don't give a shit.
I do.
No, you don't.
I really do. I sympathize a lot.
No, you don't. Don't go in my purse. I'll go in it myself.
No, you're under arrest. You can't.
How am I under arrest?
This is your phone, right?
How am I under? It still
I'm
hasn't.
saying the back of the car, the cuffs, it kind of makes sense.
Right.
As the how. The why part, that's up for discussion, but I feel like you kind of put that for us already, so...
Yeah. I mean, no offense, ma'am. This does seem to be a you project. That's doesn't really seem... I mean, our hand was forced quite a bit.
Yep. That would be my phone.
Perfect. Alrighty.
How am I under...
I
Just so you know that it is my I do not tie my gym shoes.
Okay.
That's good to know.
She got more drunk on the way to the fucking
That's
house.
what I mean. She had to be drinking in the car. I don't tie my gym shoes. Oh. 301 to base. We got a fucking rebel over here requesting backup. Does not tie gym shoes. I repeat, does not tie gym shoes.
We need a lady officer to search this bitch because I'm pretty sure those tits aren't real and she somehow got booze in there because she is getting worse.
She's drinking out of a cleavage straw. I repeat, she's got bags of booze in her tits.
So.
Okay. Really quickly, want you to take a look, make sure nothing is left in this vehicle. All right. Confirm you didn't leave anything in this vehicle, correct?
I ain't confirming to anything.
Okay.
That's right, sister. Fuck those pigs. Don't tell them shit.
You know your rights. You don't got to help them do their job.
Not without a lawyer here. I ain't confirming a goddamn thing. Atta girl.
Well, if anything gets found, you get charged with it, so that's why I'm asking you.
No, my dad will be finding you.
Okay.
Whoa.
I did not.
Oh, no. Did you just threaten a police officer?
Your dad is Liam Neeson in Taken? I don't understand.
I don't have any money.
A field.
Yeah. Sir, your daughter kept saying that you would find us. I don't know why she would say that. I'm a manager of the sandwich artists at Subway. I mean, if you guys are hungry, I can get you something, but I don't really know what I was going to do when I found you.
Sobriety test the correct
Christina,
way.
do you want to
because
take the
you have
elevator
to
or
take,
do you want to go up the stairs?
I'm not staying for the. I hope you feel good about yourself.
Yes.
Arresting me.
I mean, he does. He's done a very good thing. He's kept his community safer. He's made the roadways a safer place to travel from point A to B. And I feel like he stopped you from ruining your grandmother's alleged funeral.
And he's on a shift, so I mean, he's going to be here doing his job either way. So arresting you, arresting someone else, it's really all the same to him.
Seems like a W all around is what we're saying.
And don't touch my purse like that unless you want to pay for it.
You mean putting it down?
The way you are holding it.
By the handles?
Do you want to
What are you, fucking retarded, officer? She's trying to tell you. God, I have had it with these stupid cops. This woman is trying to explain this shit to them, and they're just thick as a brick.
Dude, this is a high-end bag. So show some respect or show some respect. Either
Actually,
way.
if you were trying to honor her properly, you would say show some respect.
She's wearing off on me.
You are technically correct.
just that purse yourself?
Not my style, but I don't know how Carrie would handle
It's not your style. Is it your baby mama style?
That seemed like it got a little racist.
Someone's trying to cut personal pretty hard here. I'm wondering what other conversations might have happened on camera.
That cut pretty deep. Oh, is it your baby mamas? Whoa. Hey, it'd be funny if the officer who has not taken her seriously this whole time went, whoa. Take it easy, all right? You're getting a little personal there. I don't like it.
Holy shit, you know my baby mama? Why didn't you say?
Okay.
I have never worn my shoes. They've always been like this. Okay. You guys had no problem then. Now, did you?
No, you said you had no issues.
Oh, got you on cross-examination, bro. She got you. You didn't, because
for the old fucking sneaker trap.
Yeah. Johnny, I was watching this whole video, and never once did they have a problem with how she was wearing her shoes.
Right.
Now they do. She's
Apparently.
right. They're not being consistent.
Shoes off for me, please.
Can I take a picture? A screenshot. I want to take a picture.
We have lots of video going. This one, the 10 of them that are in here.
Sweetheart, I know how it works. Okay?
Fuck you, dickhead. I'm not retarded.
This isn't my first rodeo, officer. I've been here before, and when my daddy gets here.
My brother-in-law is way above your pay grade.
I need to know what the fuck her brother-in-law is. This is driving me nuts.
411, she already said.
I need to know what a 411 is. I'm not savvy to the lingo, and I need to know who her dad is that these guys should be so terrified of him. This woman is being very cryptic.
I feel like they need to know who her dad is because they apparently don't. They don't seem to be worried enough.
Well, she is going to talk to her dad in this video.
Sweet.
And thank God for that, because you guys are just a bunch of hoodlums running around.
Okay.
I hope you... Does that make you feel better inside?
Need your arm, please. Thank you.
Does that make... Oh, don't hurt me.
I'm not. Give me your arm.
Does that make you feel better inside? I'm just asking.
I know. I'm letting you know.
That you know what? I figured out what's bothering me. It's that fucking Chicago accent. I hate that accent.
I can't tell anything about an accent. To me, it all just seems drunk. Is that you saying she talks a lot like that normally?
That's a Chicago accent. That when you do that, basically, you know Ray Zelinsky and Tommy Boy, Dan Aykroyd's character.
Yeah,
that's the Chicago accent. Hey, you guys want to go get some pizza? Those awful O's and the long I's and the ugh.
I'm answering your question as thorough as I can.
Okay, so don't be a smart with me. Oh, you're not.
You've asked a lot of questions.
Oh, now you're gonna talk to your sergeant all nicey nice.
Christina,
when you've been in
I
to
need
me.
your address.
I want to talk to my father first. How about that?
Hillary Clinton was a bitch in high school.
Jesus, that lady was always on the rack.
No, I don't care how old I am or where I live or blah, 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 blah.
She doesn't care who you are, what you did, who you're with, as long as you love her. That's it.
I want to talk to my dad, and I have that right too. Do you want a piece of my blood too?
She's a gem. She's an American gem. Do you want a piece of my blood?
Oh, what more could you ask of me? I've given you my address. You've asked if I'm drunk. I just want to speak to my father. What more could you take? What more could you take from a lady? Would you like my blood? How about my heart delivered on a plate? Oh,
would you like the blood from my veins? Oy vey.
We'll get to that. Give me a second.
I want to talk to my father.
I understand that.
And he'll tell you to go yourself.
Okay.
I love how she was saying shit and fuck and retarded and all this shit before, but now she's trying to censor herself. There might be kids around.
And she's sitting there talking about, like, you're being an asshole to me and you're going to talk to him all nicey nice. Right, because all you've done up to this point is converse calmly, directly, and politely.
She's trying to be very patient with these people, but they don't seem to understand what's going on.
Okay?
That's fine. He can do
I want to talk to my dad.
But I still have to.
It's his mom who is getting buried today.
Sorry.
Honey.
She's wrestling Triple H? Oh, different kind of buried. You mean like literally.
Okay,
I thought
okay.
you meant she was losing a match in quick fashion. Sorry.
Yeah, that's rough.
You not have a goddamn heart.
I do.
No, you don't.
And I tried speaking to
No,
him on the
you
street.
don't.
Okay.
Because of what was going on.
And I understand that.
I'm not under the influence, you dumb shit.
Okay, Victor.
Right. No, you're just about to go Red Hulk on us all by herself. Is anyone else worried that she is about to pop?
Right.
All right. That lady has gone fucking Nova.
You look like Oz after 7 Jägermeisters. I'm concerned about your health.
Okay.
I want my phone.
So let me explain this to you.
Now.
Christina.
No, I have the right to my attorney, who is DeFranco.
This goes first.
Philip DeFranco is her lawyer? I had no idea he had a legal background.
Holy shit. Fucking bomb drop.
Of all the YouTubers I would have picked, it would have been Reeducated, but okay. All right.
Okay. But you understand this, correct?
Fucking game on, you beautiful bastards.
No, I don't understand it.
Okay.
No.
So to put it in layman's terms for you.
No,
all right?
I don't.
It says,
I'm not Jewish. No, ma'am, that's not what that means. I'm sorry.
Blah, 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 blah,
if you refuse to take any of these tests, okay? Your license is going to be suspended for 12 months.
Now, she is a scholar of the law. She knows that if you I can't hear you, then the charges cannot be valid.
And the rules they're reading to you cannot be enforced because she didn't hear him.
And to quote her, I can't hear you. All right, so she is going to call her dad pretty soon and abuse him, it sounds like.
Literally cannot hear you.
Okay, well, I already read it to you.
Blah, 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 blah. No, blah, 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 blah. Can I have my expensive purse back? And then you're going to say that I'm
Oh, shit, did she just Hulk her way out?
Pop the fucking cuff off her hand?
Did she just Hulk her way out of those cuffs? Holy shit.
I was about to say before we got to this, I'm like, bitch, you got an expensive purse, but you're wearing such crappy clothes? Yeah, dude, I think she just hulked her hand out of there.
Let's watch that again. I believe she just hulked her way out of the cuffs.
and then you're going to say that I'm...
She just sprints out the fucking door. Even she looked down for a second like, holy shit. I can't believe I did that.
And then you're going to say that I'm...
Christina, you have to wear the cuff. I made it loose, so it wouldn't be bothering you, but you can't rip your
really?
arm out of it. Okay?
So you want all...
Christina,
if you want,
it's being videotaped.
Do you see my cuffs?
No, they're over there.
No, you slipped them off your wrist, and your wrist looks totally fine if you're trying to point out some sort of injury here.
Not here so much or here, but right here.
That are off and now on me? I really do. I hope someone in your family dies and you can't make it.
Oh my God, what a little monster.
Again, ma'am, I'm just like, that's how you choose to be representing yourself at your loved one's funeral? Again, the haphazard hair, t-shirt, and sweatpants? Or just
yeah. She has
but
been...
at least you accentuated with the nice purse.
She has been an unrepentant piece of shit from Jump Street with this guy. And he's been nothing but nice. And I was like, I hope a family member fucking dies and you can't go.
Give me my goddamn phone now.
Christina, you just sit down, please.
No, give me my phone now.
Oh.
I have the right to my phone.
I don't.
Actually, no, you don't.
Hold on, let me check the Constitution for that one. Hold on a second. Expression, bear arms, don't have to quarter British soldiers. This one here, states' rights, okay, against self-incrimination. I'm not seeing anything about the phone.
Yeah, I feel like you don't realize you can have a phone call at some point, but that doesn't mean that happens right away. You don't get to just have your phone. You can't just like sit there and scroll the internet and play Angry Birds while they're processing you. Not that you would be calm and do that, but
right. It's been an hour since she was.
Actually, you know what? Give her a wet wipe. Here you go.
Give her a wet wipe. She'll fire it up. It's been an hour since they pulled her over, or since the accident.
I don't know. Do you get a phone call within an hour?
I mean, they're processing her pretty quick.
It says it right here under people arrested or retained by the popo.
Go ahead, take your time and read it, and let me know what it says. All right?
Give me my phone.
Christina.
I want my phone.
Holy
Do you think I'm scared of you?
It's not about being scared. It's about me trying to get your paperwork done so you can get out of here.
What? How do you pronounce your J? Your
Jimenez. So pronounce it like an H.
I say the baby mama thing was definitely aimed.
You thinking that was a Latino thing?
Yeah. Now his name is Jimenez, and then she just went into that like, oh yeah, dude. Jimenez was aimed, and now we've got the dad on the phone.
Now, yeah, this is the grand finale of this one. The dad is on the phone talking to the daughter.
I hope we can hear him.
I got arrested coming to your mother's funeral. Okay? Yeah. So you tell your sister that she is not part of my family.
Where the fuck did that come from?
I thought the dad was the one who's going to bail you out. This is a really weird way to be like, y'all should be ashamed of yourselves and you're going to be regretting when my dad gets here. And so then the minute you get a hold of your dad, you tell him to tell his sister that she is not a part of your family. What does the dad's sister have to do with any of this?
The minute you get your dad on the phone, you just start beating the living dog shit out of him. Okay.
They said that I'm under the influence.
And that's ridiculous.
As we can all tell, you sound completely calm and rational. You look it even.
You look like a calm, rational tomato.
Dude, Red Skull's daughter needs to just fucking calm the fuck down.
Do they know that when they get to the top of the mountain, one of them has to be sacrificed to get the soul stone?
The Niles police station, come and get me now. And tell your...
I didn't hear a please in there.
I really feel like this dad is going to be motivated to do something about this.
Yeah.
I'm sure she'll be nothing but grateful and completely not belligerent as soon as you get her in the car.
Sister to go off. I don't ever want to talk to your sister ever again. I don't care. Come get my now.
Christina, do you want me to talk to him?
Oh, no.
I want to see my grandma before she's...
Too late. She's dead.
Yep. Sorry. Grandma's gone.
Yep. I'd fuck with her. I'd be like, oh, they already buried her. The funeral's over. Just watch her cry.
Actually, dude, after they heard what you did, they're going to cremate her so that way you'll never be able to see her again. They're going to spread her ashes. They're not even going to keep an urn. They quite frankly said, fuck that bitch. That is...
They actually are. I'm sorry. I was being mean to you, Christina. They are keeping an urn, and they're giving it to your dad's sister.
Mary, okay?
The monument.
I said I refuse. How many times do you want me to tell you?
Did you cut this finger? Or?
I did it. I burned the whole side, this side, and this side.
Okay, we'll leave the bandage on. Okay.
Okay.
So I just need your thumbs real quick. Relax your hands. Don't put. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Just don't touch the
okay.
All of a sudden,
now. What the hell
all of a
happened
sudden
here?
we're laughing, we're having a good time, we're joking around at the fingerprint station. Everybody's having a great time.
Jovial.
Yeah.
Avoid that one, okay?
Do you need to hold me, or am I too intoxicated?
You're out of your cuffs. Do you need help walking down the stairs?
No, I don't need any cuffs.
The female was charged with DUI alcohol, failing to reduce speed to avoid an accident, and improper lane usage. She was released on an I-bond. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen.
Oh, okay. Well, you're creepy.
Oh, so that's obviously not a real person.
Yeah, you're a creepy animated fuck, aren't you? Holy shit. Don't ever put that
Hello,
on me.
AI. It's not weird at all. At all.
Well, there we go. We've got it. Her journey is complete, at least for now. Thank you very much to Scarface with $10. He says, this cop deserves a medal for displaying remarkable patience with this nightmare woman. Oh, I don't know. She seemed absolutely pleasant. If you
honestly, there's probably been worse. Like she was very verbal, but it was also, I have to admit, when she started harassing her dad, highly entertaining. That was fucking funny.
Oh yeah, the screaming at dad was hilarious, but still, total cunt. 145 away from today's goal. Thank you very much. Going over to Rumble, Greasy N-word with $5 says, you boys never saw Adonis Paul's Letitty documentaries, have you? That woman told the cops no all the time. No, I have not. I have not seen that.
Letitty documentary,
but it might be worth checking out. Boys and girls, we are 140 away from today's goal, and we have about a half hour before we rattle the offering plate and try to knock this thing out. We're within striking distance, so we are pretty close. 140 away, and if we go over, all of it goes into Johnny's pocket today. So all of it going back to Johnny after he returned to us following his illness. Also, about 700 of you watching the program at the moment, so go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. We do appreciate it. If you feel like throwing in a couple of bucks, hell, that would be great to get us, because then we're one goal away from another successful week of Steel Toe. Before we get into these next hour's worth of stories, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Tonight is bike night at Stoney's Bar in Rockville. Of course, with Stoney's, they've got Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack on bike night. The Fireball Stage always has live music every single weekend. And they've got the Garage Bar. Stoney's Garage, out on the patio, connected to the patio with that big garage door that opens up to the outside. It's a really cool patio setup. I don't think anyone has anything like it. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Of course, even if it rains and you don't want to sit outside on the patio, you go to Stoney's Garage, you sit at the tables, big garage door open, you can be outside while you're inside. It's great. They've also got awesome Bloody Marys and incredible pizza. Go hang out today at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great place to go check out the games this upcoming football season. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our pals at Midland have a great selection of handguns, rifles, shotguns, parts and gear, suppressors, optics, knives, and so much more. Order online, and they can drop the firearms off or they can have it delivered to an FFL dealer near you. If you have an FFL, they'll send it right to your door. If it doesn't require an FFL, all of the items will be delivered right to you. Use the promo code SteelToe when you order from Midland Armory, and you'll get a nice discount. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for our pals at All Care Towing. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, if your car won't start, if you get a flat and you got nothing to replace it with, you need somebody to come help. Nobody is there quicker, I promise you, than All Care Towing. It doesn't matter if you have a motorcycle or heavy-duty equipment. They've got trucks and wreckers for absolutely everything. So if you're in central Minnesota and you need a tow, it's All Care Towing. 320-253-5203. 5203. Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Be prepared to defend yourself and your family with peace of mind from Fairline Defense. It's a subscription-based legal defense service where if you're, say, a security guard, bail bonds, repossession, or you're just a citizen protecting their family or your home or both, you are covered legally should anything arise from you having to defend yourself, your property, or your family. $19.99 a month. It's the greatest peace of mind you'll ever have. It goes hand in hand with being a gun owner for security. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Go ahead and sign up today at fairlinedefense.com. And then let's go ahead and knock out that 145 before today's show is over and get Johnny a fun little bonus for today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble rants, and Rumble subscriptions. All of it counts. Thanks, boys and girls. All right, Johnny, let's go into some things. This story happened in, I hate it when they don't give me, here we go, Michigan. All right. In New York and LA, they've had those stories where like a bodega owner will stab a guy in self-defense.
Yeah, or that other guy beat the crap out of the.
Oh yeah, that was
with the sick.
That was LA too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the bodega owner was New York. The Sikh who beat the guy with a stick was in LA. And they tried to charge both of those guys. Now, I think ultimately they are going to drop charges just like they did with the bodega owner. You can't possibly hold these guys accountable for trying to stand up for their livelihood like that when somebody's trying to steal from them. That guy in LA, he was trying to clear the cigarettes off the shelves.
Yeah. He was just and he was damaging the displays while he was doing it. Like, it was complete disregard for the store or any of the property or just the rules of society. Just, I'm going to roll this garbage can and just take all this shit.
Right. So this guy in Michigan never even faced any charges. They're clearing him right away. A man accused of trying to rob a Cassopolis, Michigan gas station while armed with a box cutter in July faces several charges, while the beer-toting customer who fired 7 shots at the would-be robber will not be charged. We need so much more of this. I mean, the guy robbing the place, because there's a lot of places where the DA would charge you because, you're a citizen and you just opened fire in public, and we have to set an example against that kind of thing. But nope, not this time. They're like, nope, fuck it. And I've been talking about this for a long time now, where I'm like, you got to let a few of these guys go, even if technically they may have broken some kind of law, because you got to put the alert out there to criminals that, like, look, we're going to let people shoot you.
Cool. Like, I mean, and more importantly, I feel like, are we breaking laws? Do we really assess whether the guy who intervened is breaking laws? Let us not forget. The guy that shot 7 shots, if he didn't hit any innocent people, I don't see what the problem is. The guy that did that only did that in response to the box cutter wielding asshole. So I feel like that person should be kind of the focal point of all of this.
Coltrane says Michigan has stand your ground. We need that nationwide. Okay, that would explain why he's not going to be charged. And Coltrane, to answer your other question, still in the works. Still in the works, my man. All right, let's go ahead and watch this and see if they were right not to charge him. I mean, I love it. I would like to see this in like Walgreens and CVS, all these stores that are getting robbed blind, Targets, Walmarts. I would just like to see one time somebody comes in with one of those duffel bags, someone blows them away, and the authorities go, our work here is done. No charges. I mean, that happens 5 or 6 times. You're going to see that. You're going to see that kind of crime go down pretty fucking quick, because as brazen as some of these robbers are, they're not willing to die over it. I promise.
Well, that's the reason they're willing to do all this right now. Because so far as anyone can understand, not only are you not going to die over it, it seems like you're really not going to get charged or prosecuted or in any way legally reprimanded over it.
Well, they're not going to hold you on bond either. They'll just let you right out.
So really, what's the risk?
Yeah.
I mean, until we start dealing with the fact of, you might have some gun-toting asshole, by which I mean just everyday citizen who's like, yeah, no, you don't get to break the rules. The rest of us follow, pew pew.
Right.
Like, that's, like you said, the only way it stops.
Ace of Spades with $5, thank you, says, so the story had a happy ending. The trailer park queen was able to go home to her double wide. Oh, that was a happy ending to that story. And also, that puts us 135 away from today's goal, so we're very, very close. Again, anything we go over goes right to that guy there. He's taking home the whole lot. All right, let's check out this story and see if they made the right call. Here, we got the video. So there's the guy. He's walking through. Oh, this dude, you know what? Just right off the bat, this does not look like a gentleman to fuck with.
Yeah. And he saw that dude walking through and immediately became suspicious. So I don't know. You're not really inconspicuous. You've already kind of blown your cover. I don't know. I wouldn't charge that guy either.
When you walk up to, or when you walk into a convenience store and then start pulling shit over your face and stuff like that, like that's not a very subtle way to begin your crime.
Well, thank God we might bring back masks so that way there's no reason for anyone to cover their fucking faces.
I saw a couple more articles this morning when I was looking through before the show, and they're like more discussions of masks and lockdowns and so on and so forth. I'm like, you know what? Like I said yesterday, when it comes to lockdowns, first time, shame on them for doing that.
Yeah.
But the second time, that's our fault.
Well, I'm not okay with it. And I'm not doing any more vaccines. And then people are like, vote with your dollar. If they make people wear masks, then just don't go to those places. I'm like, if a business does it willingly, that's one thing. But if the state's making businesses do it, I'm not punishing a business for having to follow a rule. And I'll have to wear masks to go into hospitals and stuff. But again, I'm not going to listen to anyone say oh, well, the vaccine or this or that obviously doesn't work. Look where we're at. And then the whole we need to lock shit down. I'm literally saying no to that. I'm not agreeing with it.
But the only problem with lockdowns is that it's got to be a lot of people. It's got to be in mass, because we saw what happened when one or two bars try to open. They just come in, shut you down, find the shit out of you, make it totally impossible for you to rebel. It's got to be a widespread rebellion. A lot of people have to do it and just go, no, not doing it. Don't give a shit.
The worst part is, and I hate to have to say this, but we also have to have last time we had a lot of people, especially in our area, a lot of people had faith with, well, the cops will do the right thing. They won't enforce the law. And it's no. We have to understand from the get-go from this, the cops are literally the jackbooted thugs of the oppressors in this particular situation, especially. No quarter or respect given on the police will be understanding side. No. That's not going to happen. They're going to arrest you.
You got to process. Yeah, you can't comply this time around if they go that way. And also, as the shit falls down around them, around their regime and whatnot, then all of a sudden, instead of them working hard to try and make it better, it's just pump them full of more fear gas. That's all it is. I mean, it's like we're being run by Scarecrow. It's just, hey, are they starting to wake up a little bit? Is shit starting to go real bad? Fear toxin, quick. I mean, you could just try to do things that make the situation better for them. Fuck that. Lock them down. Well, they got to get those mail-in ballots back. I mean, they haven't been able to win an election without mail-in ballots since, 2012? It's been 12 years since they've won an election without mail-in ballots.
So I guess we got to bring those back. And what other way to do it? But hey, we got to lock down. I guess we have to do mail-in ballots. And if they push that, that's again where I'm going to be hey, no, this is you guys,
fucking around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now this guy's holding a 6-pack of Miller Lite. Holy shit. And he just starts unloading at the dude. So he's holding the 6-pack and just opens the fuck up on him. I love this guy. This is what I'm saying. This is exactly how I picture it in my head. If you want to fix this shoplifting problem, which we talked about it yesterday, Dick's Sporting Goods said we experienced a 25% drop in profit just because of organized retail theft. You get one of these big bad motherfuckers in there with his 6-pack of beer and just pointing his little 9mm at somebody and running off 6 or 7 shots, and then have the cops come and go, hey, good work, go on home.
Yeah, you're good.
You're going to see this shit happen in more places, and you're going to see that shoplifting go way the fuck down. The one thing this guy should have to do is maybe come and sheetrock the gas station. for the holes he put in the wall. But
I mean,
and maybe the beer's on the house. Outside of that. So he just opened up on, now he's opening up a couple more times. So that guy, did he fucking kill him? I was expecting to see the guy like Wile E. Coyote his ass out the door. Like after
I don't think he made it.
Oh shit. Dude, if he killed the guy and he didn't get charges, now that's a based fucking DA right there. Go ahead.
We'll see a decrease in the balls of the people doing this if that really happened.
Holy shit. Red Fox Mad says, whatever happened with Shady's Bar? Did they get fines? And the GoFundMe, did they share that with the other businesses? That is a sore subject for a lot of Albany, from what I've heard. If you guys don't know what he's talking about, here locally, there was a bar that opened during the lockdowns and and decided to fight it in court. And they got fined a shitload of money. So they started a GoFundMe and they said that, we're going to share it with other businesses. It's going to be like a fund. And they raised what, like $250,000?
They raised a shit ton.
Yeah. And we never really heard. I mean, I never asked them, but they never really volunteered the information of what happened with that money. So.
And didn't they also end up, again, not saying that's related at all, but didn't they end up adding a new location after things all settled down?
Yeah, I think they've added 2 locations since then. I think they've,
So if any of the businesses know anything, they can tell us.
I think they've added a couple since then. But yeah, good for that guy. I need to find out, did that guy die? Like, did they let him off the hook with killing a dude? The Cass County Prosecutor's Office announced Tuesday that Cordelius Anthony Martin, 35, was arraigned August 17th on charges of armed robbery, assault with intent to rob while armed, and felonious assault. Martin was charged as a 4th-time habitual offender, and his bond was set at $100,000, according to the prosecutor. Meanwhile, the prosecutor said the customer inside the Marathon Mini Mart who shot at the would-be robber will not face any charges. He carried a valid concealed pistol license, as well as previous experience as a security guard. Now, the office said it determined the customer's actions were lawful and justified to defend himself and the clerk. Michigan law states that if one is not engaged in a crime, one may use deadly force against another if one honestly and reasonably believes that using deadly force is essential to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to oneself or another. Okay, did you hear that? That should be the law nationwide.
Right.
That should be a federal
against
law.
A lot of people who think guns are the problem. Which was the funny part with the Pittsburgh thing yesterday, because they're sitting there saying how this guy has dangerous assault rifle style weapons, and in order to take him down, the SWAT team is going to need to use long rifles. It's like, no. Notice they have the same assault style weapons that this guy is such a horrible dick for having.
Yeah. It's only okay when we use them. You see, because we're the good guys. 1:30 away from today's goal. We're getting there, guys. Let's go ahead and knock out the rest of it. Of course, if we go over, all of it goes to Johnny today. We got about 15 minutes until we rattle the cans and try to get down to 0 and do a half hour of overtime. This is a listener-supported show. We are a bunch of filthy e-beggars just trying to get along to the next day. So if you feel like chipping in, there's all the info. Hit like, hit subscribe as we continue on here. It looks like, remember the Lizzo story about her dancers saying what a piece of shit she is and made them eat.
Little convenient on their timing. Yeah, I remember that story.
Yeah, made them eat bananas out of like stripper pussy and shit like that. Well, the story started to fall apart for me. And look, I despise Lizzo. So for me to not go against Lizzo on something means your story has to be kind of fucked up, because I would like to see her.
Ready to hate Lizzo.
Yeah, I would I would like to see her go through some hardship. And in this one, it does sound like she is who I thought she was. I mean, she does sound like a, kind of a diva bitch, but that's not something you can sue for. They said, after we wouldn't do the banana thing at the strip club, she stopped giving us better spots and we didn't get to hang out with her as much. And it's like, well, yeah, I mean, if somebody likes hanging out with you because you do crazy shit with them, you're probably going to hang out with them more. If they don't
if you like eating pussy bananas and your friends don't, you're not going to invite your friends to all the banana pussy.
Right. If there's a lot of banana pussy eating things going on, then you're not going to be part of it. Well, then we found out that this lawsuit only came forward after these dancers were fired, and that the banana pussy incident, that happened like months ago, like February. And these women got fired in June or July and just now launched their lawsuit.
Well, I can it's not okay. I'm not excusing it, but maybe you were kind of willing to overlook it because you had the job, but now you don't even have the job. So, all right. It just, as long as that's all it is. If there was ever a point to bring up your problem with the pussy situation and then you didn't and you kept working there, then you'd have more of an issue.
Yeah. That seems a little odd that, it's just now when you're out of a gig. Oh, and also it came out this week that a couple weeks after the banana pussy incident, these women went to Lizzo and asked for an extension on their contract.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. You lost all ground now.
Right. Wow. So now Lizzo has plans to sue those same backup dancers that are taking her to court. And yeah, I can't believe I'm saying this, but good for Lizzo. That's what she should do. And new photos.
Don't let people fuck you over like that. Yeah. Even if you are a cunt.
New photos appear to show her accusers having a great time backstage following the banana pussy incident in Amsterdam. Lizzo's attorney, Marty Singer, tells TMZ newly surfaced photos show Lizzo's accusers happily carousing and gleefully reveling backstage with the performers from a topless cabaret show in Paris during Lizzo's tour. This is them. So there's all those dancers that were suing Lizzo. There they are hanging out after the pussy banana. And by the way, just judging by the wigs and shit look like that, this looks like an eating bananas out of pussy kind of strip club.
Yeah, and no offense, man, but as long as the stripper is a lady and she's hot, like, I mean, I like eating pussy. I like eating bananas. I don't see what the problem is. Get your potassium. Have some fun.
Excuse me. This is fine. I don't mind it at all. But could you just move the banana? I'm not a fruit man.
I came here for the bean, not the banana.
Yeah, I wasn't really interested in the banana. Well, sir, that's all part of the thing. Yeah, you know what? You're driving a hard bargain here. I'm going to have to reconsider.
Look, I get technically it's surf and turf because one is land, one is sea, but it's just a weird way to go.
I took a potassium supplement today. I just don't want to overdo it. If that makes sense.
I see you've got plenty of potassium. How are you doing on vitamin D, if you know what I mean?
Concrete Pete says, Lizzo inspired banana hot pockets. Oh, I see an endorsement deal. The lawyer says the photos are from March 5th, which is about a month after the infamous February visit. Oh, so this is a month after the banana pussy thing that they're hanging out and smiling with the dancers and having a good time.
It really looks like you're suing because you lost your gig and you realize that as a fat chick, backup dancing options for you were extremely limited to one person who was interested.
And then not only that, like, your whole accusation is, oh, she made us go to a titty bar. Gosh, she's a terrible person. We had to go because if we didn't go, she wouldn't treat us better. I'm like, yeah, sorry, bitch. That's every job anywhere. Like if the boss likes you, he gives you promotions. If the boss doesn't like you, he doesn't give you promotions. That's everywhere. Sage wants to know why April was carrying a gun at a Pride event. Johnny, do we want to look into this?
We might want to. Again, discovering that your wife is apparently a fad. She might be behind some instigatory stuff.
All right, let's take a look here. Why does your wife hate the gays? Oh no, was this April? What was she doing? Johnny, that's...
Oh, wow.
Well, now, wait a minute. She doesn't have the gun at this one, though.
Yeah, I don't see the gun.
April might actually be just enjoying. You can see,
she looks like she's having a gay old time at the Pride event.
Yeah, can you see where the AI fucked up, though? Like it's pulling on her hat and...
Yeah. I want to see some weird, like, Cthulhu fingers.
Yeah,
where the gun splits into like two barrels.
Yeah.
And it looks like a strange, like cartoon, like Bugs Bunny plugged the barrel at one end.
It cut the gun out of the picture. So April doesn't, I think she's innocent on that one. I don't think she did anything wrong at the Pride Parade. Now, oh my God, see, I did not know this. Did you know April was at the Nuremberg trials?
Oh,
or is that the rally? Is that the Nuremberg trials or the rally? That looks like a courtroom. That looks like the trials.
It looks like trials.
Yeah.
Plus, she doesn't have a gun in this one. I don't think they'd let her carry a gun inside the trials.
Yeah, I think that's it too. Can't have a gun inside the Nuremberg trials. That's just
she was an exhibit A of the Aryan ideal. Blonde hair, blue eyes.
They presented April and everyone went, not guilty.
They had the right idea.
They just went about it weird. Well,
and the other people had to leave. I'm just saying we could keep those two.
Oh, and then the ones I can't show you at the... Oh, this really pisses me off. Did you know that April went to a Lizzo concert?
Oh, Jesus.
I guess in this case, a Lizzo concert. I mean, AI's got a little ways to go, but that's okay.
Is one of those ladies behind them, is that a banana on your face, or did somebody jizz? What's going on there?
I don't know what that... It looks like...
I'm a little worried.
Some kind of nuclear fluid. I will say April sticks out like a sore thumb in that outfit at a Lizzo concert, though.
Really? You feel that the outfit is the color that helps her stick out the most? I thought it was the hat myself, or the blonde hair.
Well, Sage, thank you very much. I really appreciate Sage digging into April's history, finding these things, and figuring out where she's been, because this is very illuminating to me.
I want to say bravo if she did go to a Lizzo concert and survive. The fact that she was not trampled or smothered to death is amazing.
And that's just by Lizzo.
Yeah. Well, not even just by Lizzo, just by the fans.
$130 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, we're getting there. We got about 5 or 10 minutes before we take out this here offering plate and rattle it and see if we can knock it out. Of course, everything we go over today goes right to Johnny. It was going to be 50-50, but we're giving him the whole thing. Kind of backfiring on us.
Yeah.
At this point. We got down to about 190 pretty quick and then kind of slowed up from there. But don't worry.
Welcome to my world. If you ask for money for what I do, it really fucking dries up quick.
We're inside of striking distance, though, so hopefully with the music and the offering plate, we'll be able to knock out that last 130. And, of course, gifted memberships, super chats, Venmo, Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble, it all counts. It's all good. PayPal and Venmo, they take like 2%, so we just count the whole thing. YouTube takes 30, Rumble takes 20. So if that informs your decision at all, consider supporting the show and chipping in. We do appreciate it. It does keep us on the air, and you guys have been great these last 3 years. This is a really fucked up story. It kind of shows how weird Canada's getting. A court ruled against Dr. Jordan Peterson, upholding a psychiatric regulatory group's requirement that he undergo re-education for expressing his opinions online. If you haven't been following this, Jordan Peterson, who's not my favorite, I will admit. I'm not a big Jordan Peterson guy, but I'm also...
kind of goofy.
Yeah, he's a little goofy. But at the same time, I'm not a pussy who just because someone says shit that I don't agree with or think that might be a little weird, that he should have to shut up or be silenced or go, be re-educated or anything. Let people say what they want, and if people like it, they like it, and if they don't, they don't. And if someone wants to check him, they can check him. But with Jordan Peterson, what happened in Canada is he's a doctor of, I believe, psychology.
Right.
And the governing body of psychology in Canada, found some of his tweets about trans people and things like that. And they said, you know what? You don't get to be a psychologist anymore. You're done. It's like, what do you mean? I didn't even know you can do that. And they're like, no, yeah, you could.
It's really weird. So you're saying a psychologist who doesn't think trans people are just completely normal and natural, who thinks there might be some psychological issues there. Weird how we have to silence that guy real quick.
Well, now they're saying that he can have his license back as long as he goes to, quote, re-education. So he has to
have camps.
Yeah, he has to go to re-education and then he can be a doctor again. Otherwise, no more being a doctor. Fauci's Pangolin, thank you very much for the $5. 125 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate that. On our way to knocking that out. I mean, I don't care what you think about Jordan Peterson. I don't care what you think about his positions on stuff or his politics. I think we can all agree that ever since COVID, the one place where there's supposed to be debate and discussion before things are figured out is the sciences and medicine. Yeah. We're supposed to be having different opinions. We're supposed to be disagreeing with each other, and we're supposed to be figuring out what the truth is rather than what's safe or what we've all determined is okay. And that's what kind of fucks me up about the Jordan Peterson thing is I've always been of the belief is that if someone's saying something crazy, the easier it is to dispel what they're saying.
Right. Just let them say it. And it just sounds nuts. That's why if people would have just left him alone, Kanye would have burnt himself out, but people kept proving him right.
Right, exactly. He kept saying shit, and they're like, oh, it's offensive. And he's like, yeah. And
offensive, it's insulting, it's anti-Semitic, and then it happened.
Right, and then all the shit he said would happen if he said that happened. It's just, it's a weird, playing both sides kind of a thing. Like, if you really think that the things Jordan Peterson says about trans people is more damaging to society than being made to go to re-education before you can have a profession again, I don't know. That, like, to me, the whole re-education thing is far more frightening than anything Jordan Peterson says.
That's the worst part to me, because, like, this guy's a psychologist or whatever. He has his license. If you don't want to listen to him, you don't have to. But the idea that he can't continue to practice or use his training because he won't bow to an idea that, again, as a psychologist, I'm sorry, I could understand where you might not agree with what the status quo currently says, because I don't.
Right.
I personally believe that stuff has more to do with body dysmorphia issues, something that I've researched and dealt with personally a bunch. I feel like that has more to do with that than anything else. But those issues in any other facet are not treated as a personal choice thing. They're treated as a mental disorder. And if you have it in a severe case, something that needs to be treated, managed, and overseen by health professionals,
right,
to avoid people doing things like blinding themselves or removing their own limbs.
Right.
So it's just.
And when it comes to the Jordan Peterson part of it, why can't another psychiatrist just, like, they can go to conventions and debate? And
why can't they have a dissenting opinion and we just go, okay, that one doesn't agree?
Yeah, I'll listen to that. I'll listen to that guy. I'll listen to that guy. Isn't that psychiatry in general? I mean, don't people go to psychiatrists and they like one, they don't like another? They pick that one, they pick that one. I mean, they don't say the same things. Otherwise, psychiatry would be easy. You could just punch it into a computer and boom, it would spit an answer out at you.
Yeah, I mean, science is a, like, general consensus, but the idea of a dissenting opinion is always a thing. That's why you get a second opinion from a doctor.
Right.
Because that other doctor has a different opinion.
So that whole Jordan Peterson re-education, if he doesn't, and I don't even think he can say sorry at this point. I think now they're just like, nope, you're stripped of practicing in Canada until you go to this psychiatry re-education thing. It's not even debatable anymore. So he took him to court. He lost. So it's either move to the United States, try it there, or go to re-education, or quit being a psychiatrist. I mean, he's kind of like, I feel like he's kind of like Canada's Trump, where they're like, we're going to get him one way or the other.
And why? Just because, again, he doesn't agree with this shit and he posts a lot of shit on Twitter. And again, if you're someone who supports him or someone who thinks like he does, this is only going to reinforce that.
And, again, if you're me, like a guy like me, I look at Jordan Peterson and I go, he's a little nutty. Like, he's a wacky guy. I'm not a big Jordan Peterson guy myself, but, like, when you do shit like this to him, it's like, well, I may think he's wacky and nutty, but I'm not afraid to look like I'm on his side if I feel like what's happening to him is wrong. So, Good luck to old Jordan Peterson. But and by the way, if you think this is going to make him comply and you think this isn't going to make him more nuts and more ranty and more wacky, I don't think you understand how a guy like that works. I think he's about to he's probably writing some giant book right now about the whole thing. All right, Johnny, let's see if we can make you any money today. I mean, obviously, Johnny gets paid, but we were kind of planning today, if we went over our goal, we would give the money that we went over to Johnny as like a, hey, thanks for coming back. Glad you're feeling better. Let's do that whole thing. Let's see if we can just get overtime today and knock out the rest of this $125 goal and then see where it goes. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. Let's fire up the gospel music. Let's bust out the offering plate. Your favorite e-beggar morning show is here to try and make its money. Fire it up. And off we go. Here we are. All right, everybody chipping in a little bit at a time, and we'll knock this thing out. And like we said, if we do go over, if you are remarkably generous in these last 5 or 10 minutes, we're going to get Johnny whatever we go over. Concrete Pete says over/under on paying Johnny. Hey, one thing at a time. Let's just fill this offering plate up. Knock out that one overtime. Yeah, knock out that 125, and then we can go to overtime. 5, 10, 15, 20. Hey, maybe you want to become a steel toe VIP today for that $250 and get all the merch and benefits from that. Hobo Chili Recipe says, here's some money to buy baseball cards to put in the spokes of your wheelchair, Johnny. I love you. Oh, that's love. 120 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Hobo Chili. 120 away. Is that where the rally starts? With Hobo Chili Recipe. 5 at a time. We'll knock this thing out. We're within striking distance. Let's do this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships. MSO is making the prediction. He says no goal. Sorry, Johnny. Well, come on.
It's all good.
I'm not giving up. We got the gospel music going. We got the holy hands shaking in the air. We got the offering plate being passed around. Let's see if we can e-beg our way into victory. We've got today. We've got tomorrow with Gino, and then it's a successful week if we knock those two out. Detroit by Dark with $2 says, F the onion. All he does is cope about your subs. I know, we kind of sit here and do our show and, do our thing. A lot of people obsess about us. It is rather flattering, I will say that. Hobo Chili with $1.99 says, also, Aaron looks not so tubby today. Thank you for noticing, Hobo. I'm down a couple of pounds, and today is sparring day. So we're going to drop a couple more, perhaps.
There you go.
All right, guys, $1.20 away, and we've got about 5 minutes left on the clock. 1:20 to go. Can we do this thing? Oh, there's Big Matt Fields with $50. Holy shit. That's going to get us down to 70. 70 away from today's goal after that 50 coming in from Matt Fields. So we are big time energized at this point. $2 from the Optic Nerve says, praise Johnny, praise Steel Toe, you're gay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Stevie J, report it then if that's the case. I don't I just kind of do my show, and I'm honored that I'm seen as such a threat. All right, let's go ahead and knock out the rest of that $70. Very, very cool. $70 away from nailing it today and doing 30 minutes of overtime. Streamlabs, PayPal, Matt Field says, bums get on it. Well, I mean, bums, generous people, however you want to put it. All right, we got about 3.5 minutes to go. And, of course, with 4 minutes to go, we've only got $70 until we do that half hour of overtime. And then anything we go over goes right into Johnny's back pocket, if you will. See this offering plate? Look at that.
One thing at a time, though, Aaron.
Yeah,
one thing at a time.
What's that?
Said one thing at a time, Aaron.
One thing at a time. Let's get to 0 first, and then there's Gino with a little taste. Now, wait a minute. Gino gets everything that we go over tomorrow.
Yeah,
as well. So Gino might be getting that back.
He's rubbing a back today to get a back rub tomorrow.
There you go. There we. Oh, you know what? We're getting close here. 55 away as we hit refresh. The offering plate is filling up. It is, I believe this is the Mood with $50, says pay the man.
Thank you, Mood.
Hobo Chili with 5 says, I'm lying. You look very portly. You look like Grimace with an Egyptian fetish wearing that shirt. That's very hurtful. And then, of course, $5 from My God. He says, Johnny's Magic Legs. All right. The goal is knocked out. Kill the music. We're doing 30 minutes of overtime. And now Sage with $10 says, for allowing me to fuck around, I sent more. All right, I'm keeping track from here. We take 7 of that. So Johnny's taking $7.
All right.
From Sage. There you go. Okie doke. I'm just making sure I keep up. Detroit by Dark with $2. What are you going to do? I mean, look, like I said, man, don't worry about it. We do a great show over here. Other people get really jealous about that. What do you do? What do you want from me? Another successful day for Steel Toe. Fantastic. And now anything that comes in the next half hour goes right into that man's pockets. Johnny gets paid out.
No, that's too bright.
At the end of the program. All right. We've got, oh boy. We've got, Sage sent us some more, some damning information on April's past.
I don't know where Sage found this litany of treasure trove photos of April, but apparently fucking blooms off the rose. I mean,
wow.
Melton and all the haters are going to be fucking having a field day with this.
You know what?
April's
no, this is evidence on us.
Oh.
He's got, oh my God, this guy's got dirt on us now. Citizen M says, becoming a member for his 10th month, says, can April please sincerely apologize to me on air? Don't push it, brother. Don't push it. Gino says, you breaking down Melton's obesity yesterday was worth the 20 alone. It was pretty funny. I mean, I'm sure look, he's a bullied fat kid from way back in the day. So, you know, I'm sure a lot of his whining and kvetching probably comes from us pointing out something that is remarkably obvious. But I do like that it hurts his feelings so much.
And he's fat.
Well, look, he's a big fat guy. Does he not know he's a big fat guy? Like with little toothpick cancer arms and tiny little legs. Oh my God. I think I'd punch him. A rack of ribs would fall out of his asshole. But then again, that's like beating up a retarded kid. But anytime he ever wants it, I'm right here. Sparring night tonight, by the way. I'll fly him out. That would be unfair. I would feel bad. Like just as he bloodies and swells even more than he already is, you'd have to take it easy on him after a while. He's winded.
I feel like you wouldn't even have to punch. You just have to slowly back up and let him walk himself. Like, I'm not going to say
he'd get winded.
Walk himself into punches. I mean, walk himself into just tapping out.
And he looks like a guy who probably throws punches like that. Like, he doesn't look like a guy with a lot of physical prowess. It would be pretty bad. All right, this is what we've got. Let's see what Sage Retard put together for us for overtime today. Wait a minute. Those aren't our faces. That's, I believe. And what the fuck? Did he put is the Undertaker symbol on the side of my Prince shirt? Shit. I believe those are babies' faces being put on our heads. Unfortunately, it kind of looks like it fits for me, though.
Yeah. If they put facial hair on mine, it would work better.
I don't like it. Now, see, Johnny, this is an idea I've pitched in the past, but we've never actually done it. This is bullshit. We never broadcast live from Auschwitz.
Oh, no. I've been there several times, but I can't explain why. History studying.
We've never once have I broadcast live from Auschwitz. And if you look, hold on a second. Does it kind of look like I'm not wearing pants?
Yeah, actually, it kind of looks like you've got almost like that looks like a G-string or something.
Right, it looks like I'm wearing a black G-string and my legs are exposed. Like I would have my pants off and I'd be pleasuring myself if I was broadcasting live from Auschwitz.
Just slowly rubbing your pud because you're sitting in a place you like.
Oh, I don't see now. This seems actionable if you ask me.
Well, I mean, it doesn't seem very believable. I'm also missing an entire shoulder section. So,
Give it time. Give it time.
Whatever. The legs are already fucked. Why do we need arms?
Yeah. Here's you and I broadcasting. I don't know how we hooked this up. I don't know how we got the electricity and the power to it, but we're broadcasting in front of homeless people. I don't know why. I don't know what the reason is, but
Are you being a table? Is that homeless man grooming you like a monkey? Like,
it looks as though the homeless man is like licking the napkin or whatever that is, and then like doing my hair with it. And also, may I point out, look at the fucking size of that guy's hand. AI has a ways to go.
He's got Cthulhu fingers.
Yeah, like AI's got a little bit of a ways to go before it's all the way there. But all I can say is I'm going to tell you right now, Sage Retard is definitely editing these clips.
Yeah, it seems a little doctored.
Never once have I ever been to Auschwitz. Never once have I broadcast from Auschwitz. Not at all.
I wish.
Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, great going from Johnny, who looks like the head of Spectre, to this zesty Dago, who looks like a member of the lost Israeli tribe of Italy.
Okay.
They love us. They love us. 383 Novocaine with $5 says, F it for the show that gets me wrote up for being vulgar and offensive. Thank you. Wait a minute. What did we do? So you got written up at work for being offensive because we were playing on the thing? Oh, boy. Oh, Bruto says $2. He accepts your challenge. Get your ass out here, fat boy. I would fucking destroy you. Are you kidding me? Oh, I can't. Watching you cry would be very, very nice. Oh, I haven't beaten you up enough? Sad, lady. Sad. But hey, come on over. Let's do the damn thing. House free. I don't like this. This seems like more of that culture war shit instead of like, I don't know, fixing gas prices, fixing the economy, shit like that. House Freedom Caucus vows to reject any spending measure that doesn't tackle the border crisis, woke Pentagon, and weaponization of the DOJ and FBI. I'm fine with all that. But on top of that, you got to add in there, doesn't spend any more money.
Doesn't spend any more money. We got to lock down budget spending in general. And can we seriously bring down the goddamn military spending? It just goes up and up and up. That's the fattest part of the budget. You can't tell me we got to find money out of the budget and you can't get any out of there.
Well, fuck the military spending. I mean, with the interest rates going up, now the debt's like right up there. Like debt service is up there with military spending every year.
Yeah, but we can't get rid of the debt service.
Well, look, I've been thinking about some ideas. You know that big military we have? I was thinking maybe we could just start strong-arming people. Maybe like, I don't know, occupy the Federal Reserve and cancel all of our debts. Tell Japan that we'll help them with that nuke reactor that's still leaking bad water into the ocean. Just float us a little charity. That's all. The United States is in such bad shape, they're going to be panhandling like we do pretty soon. But I don't like the idea of being like, oh, you know what our big thing is? Oh, if any of your spending measures go towards the woke Pentagon, we're not voting for it. How about if any of your spending measures add money to the debt?
We're not voting for it.
Yeah, that would be a great start. Like, we won't vote for this if it doesn't. If it adds to the woke Pentagon. How about if it adds to the fucking $33 trillion we're in the hole?
How about we just don't spend? That's an idea I've got. Like, how about we just don't spend? Really just try hard not to spend.
Yeah. I would tell Fat Boy that he can get his ass over here. If he's so gung ho. If he's too broke to get over here and that's what he's going to use as his excuse to back out, I'll pay my way, you pay yours, Fat Boy. I will harm you. Oh, you'll be so badly hurt. It would be fun, but it would be sad after about 30 seconds. He would whimper, he would cry. It would be really bad. But then again, he's kind of a whore. And so he would do it and cry and then just go on the next day for his double-digit IQ audience and go, no, I didn't cry. I didn't cry at all. It's kind of par for the course.
He's a big meanie. He just beat up on me.
Big meanie, and he beat up on me. Oh, it would be fun and sad both at the same time. Oh, to watch the excuses after too. Yeah, I heard that Joe guy wants it too. All of them. They act like I don't do this on a regular basis. So now you're going to, the whole world knows I'm a better broadcaster than you are. Now they're going to know I can kick the shit out of you. You got some weird W's in your quiver, pal. Outrage. Oh boy, this one's going to be tough. A school in Florida has a bunch of black parents upset at them. And of course, that's going to be newsworthy. Saying their children are being targeted for underperforming on standardized tests. You see, this is kind of one of those problems you face, is that if you try to be colorblind and then you just report the scores the way they are, then all of a sudden you're going to go, hey, it seems like you're targeting this student or this group or that group. And they're like, no, I swear we're not. We're just giving the tests. And we're giving out the scores, and this happens to be how people perform. Oh, so you're saying the minority kids are dumber than the other kids? No, that's not what we're saying.
No, they are.
Yeah, that's what their test results are saying that. And that's why it kind of gives you a window in. That's why schools do the thing where they just pass people along when they can't pass the test, or they get shitty grades, or they can't read. They're just like, fuck it.
Yeah, but this is like the guy with the Bud Light and the gun. We need a proverbial Bud Light and a gun, or not Bud Light, Miller Light. Excuse me. I would not mean to disparage the poor man. But yeah, we need the stand your ground guy here. Kind of eventually, just people. What is this? Are you saying minorities are less intelligent? No, but apparently they're testing out to prove it. I'm not saying that. The results are showing it.
Right.
We could ask about why that is if you want to have a conversation, but we're not going to sit here.
That conversation never goes well.
Just the idea, though, that nope, let's just lower the scores. Let's make everyone dumber. Yeah, that's going to totally help if we lower the bar to accommodate a bunch of people who can't make it already. Then the people who could make it before, they're not going to try as hard because the bar isn't as high.
Well, let's see how mad they are and see if this is a problem of this school's own making. And let's see if it's something they can dig out of.
School scandal after a student was pulled out of her class for an assembly.
But only black children were present at that assembly, and parents are now demanding an explanation.
Oh, it's off to a bad start. There were only black students at the assembly. I hope it's not like an assembly for underachieving kids who are getting bad grades, and if it's like a black kids only thing because they're black, that's one thing. That's still something that you're probably going to have to explain away.
If it's test grade based, then I'm sorry, you guys are the ones drawing color conclusions here.
Yeah.
That made my blood boil. I mean, you don't say that. 4th, 5th graders?
Daryl Williams.
Yep, see? It's something that's uncomfortable. It's something that the school went, well, no, we're just stating what the statistics are and everything else. And then everybody goes, oh, well, you don't say that out loud.
Well, it's again, it's a fact.
It's one of those things where everybody, that's what's really hard about like politics in general, is that everybody goes, oh, I want somebody who's honest. But then the minute someone's honest, they're like, get that motherfucker. He's being a dick. That's a lot of people have that problem. They're like, oh, tell it to me straight. Tell it to me straight. And then you tell it to them straight and they go, I mean, what? Why would you say something so mean and horrible? It's like, well. And that's when people go and they just start going, well, you know what? I'm just going to keep my fucking mouth shut. I'm not going to say anything. And then
I just want to know what they said to the kids.
Yeah. And then, right. With schools, then it just becomes, just pass them along. So what if they're not learning anything and we're not really helping them out at all? Just pass it forward.
10-year-old Briley's father says Briley was called out of her class on Friday for an assembly at a school outside of Daytona Beach. When she showed up, she noticed all of the kids in attendance were black, and that did not sit well with her parents.
The inner me wants to go out off and flip off on somebody, but...
The what? The what in me?
Inner me.
Oh, I don't even want to say what I thought.
Inner.
No.
The inner me.
I thought he said...
Yeah, I know what you thought he said. He said inner. What is wrong with you, sir?
I, for a second, went, holy shit, I can't believe they put that on the news. I thought he said the N in me. Not like the word, just like the letter. I thought he said the N in me wants to just go
Yeah,
off.
it's better that way.
I'm like, I mean, I definitely can't say that, but I don't think you can even say that.
The enemy wants to go out off and flip off on somebody, but
Can you at least see where I got that?
Now I can't not hear it. Thank you for corrupting my voice, my ears.
It's like Highway to Hell. Same thing.
Fucking God damn it.
With her parents.
the enemy wants to go out off and flip off on somebody, but
Are you still hearing it?
Still hearing the N in me. Great.
N in me.
Great.
And that did not sit well with her parents.
the enemy wants to go out off and flip off on somebody, but
as in nincompoop. That's what he means.
Oh, well, that makes sense. If he means nincompoop, then it's totally reasonable.
So, I got to set an example for my daughter.
According to the school district.
By the way, I'm getting reports from the chat. Fatso's already backing down. Guys, he was never serious in the first place. When are you going to find out that you've been had and just watch a show that does a good job? You guys are silly.
This was the school's attempt to motivate the black children to raise their test scores.
Oh, shit. Yeah, you can't. That, like, in 2023, you're fucked if you try to pull that move. We're going to put all the black kids in the gym, and we're going to motivate them to get better test scores. It's like, I know they're only like 10 and 11 years old, but they're going to look around and they're going to realize, like, wait a minute.
And you guys, you're going to have to talk to them anyway if you try to pull this move. So just cut out the middleman and go straight to the parents and motivate them for your children to do better test scores. Because I got some sad news for you. That dad whose inner self could barely take this, I bet he could do more to help his kids do better test scores. I bet a lot of these kids could do better on test scores. I bet if we looked at it, it's not so much about, the diversity of maybe background or culture so much as kind of what's happening at home. How much of the home life is focused on educating the children?
Well, not only that, but like if you're this elementary school, it's one of those deals where, and we talk about this a lot, who approved this? Like, I can understand, okay, somebody brings it up and it's a stupid idea. It happens at any workplace you're in. You're having a brainstorming session. Somebody brings up something utterly stupid. And there's a bunch of people there and they look at you funny and then you go, oh, so no then? Okay, we're not doing that. How do you float this trial balloon up at this school and go, I have an idea. You know how a lot of the kids who get low test scores are black? Yeah. Why don't we single out all the black kids, move them all out of class and put them in an assembly where we try to tell them how not to be so stupid. And then nobody in the class went, or nobody in the board went, ooh, you know what? No, that actually
bad look, man. Bad look.
That sounds like a lawsuit. That might be a problem. We're going to hold off. We're going to wait for a better idea, I think. Nope, they just fired away. First idea that came out. All right, I think we can go home. We've got this one nailed.
We've done it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
With the statement, AA have underperformed on standardized assessment for the past 3 years.
Did they just refer to black kids as AA, African American? Guys, if you're going to do something singling out an entire race, there's one thing you definitely don't do. Put it in writing. You don't. I mean, maybe a whisper campaign at best. Certainly not an assembly with nothing but black people.
Well, we had to call them AA because they start out as African American, but they head towards another AA by the time.
That is not true.
You guys are racist.
All
wow.
right. Who's broken Hennessy bottle at the assembly? You guys are in 5th grade. This is ridiculous.
AA meaning African American. It goes on to read, the school only has 32% of the black students at a level 3 or higher for English and math, and the goal is 41%.
I haven't been able to sleep.
A woman who goes by Mrs. A said her daughter told her about the meeting. When she came home from school, she immediately reached out to the school's principal.
It's disturbing. It's like baffling. Like, you really thought this was okay.
The district superintendent, Lashikia Moore, issued a statement.
Whoa! Didn't see that part coming.
Yeah, and before we get to it, again, I I'm sorry. I have a real problem with these parents that none of them are seeing this and being like, you know what? We have to do something to help our fucking kids learn shit, because I don't want my kids to be a goddamn statistic of 3% of them are able to do the job. The rest of them can't fucking handle it. You're not adapted and well set to live a life if you can't read, write, and do math.
That's fucked up. So the superintendent's name, or the principal's name, is Lakeisha Moore. She did it.
What?
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait. What becomes our opinion on this then? Do you go, well, it was a black woman who separated all the black kids and tried to help them get better test scores, so then it's okay? Or do you have to be consistent and go, look, man, you don't segregate the fucking school by color. You got to bring everyone with low test scores in there.
Yeah, but as we said, according to their information, the group that they're trying to help is particularly located in one. Again, that I'm sorry. I know this seems offensive, but if you don't look at race as part of it, other than the fact that that's what that group happens to have in common, they're just trying to help kids get better test scores.
They are trying to help.
I understand that the message isn't fun for anyone, but it's a message that needs to be delivered. But also, these kids are falling behind.
Isn't it kind of fucked up that you would leave any kids of any other race? But why not just grab all the kids with low test scores and try to help them get better test scores? I feel like these schools walk themselves into their own controversies. It's like they
definitely did that. But how many kids do they have to round up that they didn't, is my question.
That's a good point. But it's like the schools, they spin themselves into a politically correct web so bad that they tie themselves in knots to the point where they get to they're racist now. So they're like, oh, we want to help the black kids. We're really noble. Let's segregate all of them from their classrooms and put them in an assembly by themselves and tell them how not to be so dumb. And then we'll help them. And it's like, yeah, the problem is they're going to all go tell their parents, and their parents are going to go, are you out of your fucking mind? So your good-natured attempt to help is going to backfire on you every time with something like this. Well, let's see how the principal, maybe she can spin her way out of this one.
Saying, in part, it is clear there was no malice intended in planning this student outreach. However, sometimes when you try to think outside the box, you forget why the box is there.
That's deep, bro. That's deep. I like it when people try to flip things around so they don't have to admit to you that they're full of shit and they don't know what they're doing.
Okay, so I have a question for you, ma'am. If a school assembly happens at 2:45 and it is limited to a group of people of one color, and the parents take to Twitter, social media, and the news within 24 hours, how long until the train arrives in Chicago and you don't have a job?
Some parents were satisfied with the messaging they heard from the principal, while others were not. All of them on the same page, saying it should have never happened.
Because we don't send our kids to school to be harassed or bullied or be told that they're not, great as their classmates. Or
whoa, wait a minute. This is where I agree with Johnny on this one. They are ultimately trying to help your kids.
Yeah, you're forgetting the part where your fucking kids are stupid, okay?
Yeah.
This is the problem I have with the parents. My kids don't go to school to be harassed. Do they pass the fucking test?
Which, by the way, good for you to pass the test. That's a good thing. Good. It's a positive.
Yeah, that's kind of something you want.
So, but again, do you see now where I'm saying they fucked up on the messaging? Because the minute you make it just black kids, that's all people are gonna see. Is they're just going to go.
The thing is my opinion is if they bring in everybody else, then the black kids are going, they pulled in just us and the tards. Apparently we're all tards.
Well, yeah, they're trying to get, this is what happens in schools, sadly, in public school. Parents bitch about the school trying to pump up these kids' test numbers. So then the schools go, well, we're not trying to get sued. We're not trying to get fired and yelled at. We're just going to go hands off and we're not going to try to help. And then these kids don't learn anything. So
but again, shame on these parents for being like, my kids don't go to school to be bullied. Like, no, your kids go to school to learn. And clearly they're not pulling that off. Right. And by the way, that's not entirely their fault, because the parents, and something I'm becoming very well aware of because I am one, the parents are very much responsible for the child's learning too. Yes. You have to be doing something. If you're not doing something, they spend more time with you than they do at school, or at least they fucking better. So you should be taking at least a partial role in their education.
When I did radio in Litchfield, it was like real small town AM radio, and you had to once a month or once a week, I had to interview for like 20 minutes the local superintendent at one of the schools about like what's going on with the school board meeting and shit. Just stuff you have to do in small market radio. And that guy was always adamant. He's like, look, man, at least 50 to maybe 60% of the learning that goes on at school, or of the learning that goes on for a student, takes place outside the school. It takes place at home. So if the parents aren't picking up the ball after the kid leaves school, the kid's not going to make it. So like,
it's just, but again, like the idea that people are so quick to get on, oh, this is racist because it focuses one group of people. Can we talk about it all? How the fact that one group of people are apparently falling behind? And can we ignore the fucking racial part for 1 second and say, how about we do the right thing and bring that group up to the rest of us? Is that not a better way to be? Is that not less racist by saying, how about you are as smart and as intelligent and as capable as everybody else?
And then the parents go, stop trying to tell my kid he's stupid. I'm not. I'm trying to make your kid not stupid, you fucking asshole. That is, like, as much as I think schools are dog shit, I can't imagine having to deal with some of these parents at the same time. Like, it goes back to it being, look, it can't all be the institution's fault. At some point, the people are shit.
Yeah, and my point is when the institution finally has to get to a point where something like this happens, because like, hey, we're trying to address this, and for the sake of you having a decent life, we're going to try and help you.
Right.
Then the parents, how dare you insult my children? Well, apparently your children can't spell the word insult, so how about we rewind that real quick?
We were trying to help.
Be told that they're not, great as their classmates, or this can happen if they don't succeed.
The superintendent added the district is investigating the situation.
But that's what does happen if they don't work hard and they don't pass their tests, is they won't succeed. Don't tell my child they won't succeed. It's like, yeah, but your child won't succeed.
Don't tell my children they aren't great ways they are. Well, if they can't spell and they can't add, not great. I'm just saying. It's kind of important.
It's a little, yeah. Oh, Johnny, you just got a nice little gift from Ollie, gifting 50 memberships.
Thank you.
To Steel Toe. All of that goes to Johnny today. We've got Laura. I got to read all of these. Laura, Irish, Gino, Cis, Optic Nerve, Matt, Charles, MM, Genta, Comfort Eagle, Ned, Sheckler, Meat Drapes, Taste Fairy, Frog Tosser, Optic Nerve, Drew, Ivan Joyterbum, Averill, Tim Purrs, Huge Erection, Poop is Lube, Johnny Chimpo, Sea Shanty Shenanigans, Mr. Boot, Nikki Fruit Loops, Maria H. I lost him here. Drew, Ryan, Blazing Blue Tongues. I got to do 50 of these?
Yeah.
Hey, and by the way, you retarded onion people, I told him, get your ass out here. I'll whoop the shit out of you. And then he went,
they're claiming that you have to buy the ticket.
Yeah, I'm too poor to afford my ticket. That ain't my fucking problem, pal. I know you're all about gimmicks and you're not a real guy. Fly your ass out here. I'll whoop your ass for you. Come on. Don't sit there and play the poor card. Don't cry now, bitch. Don't sit there and go, oh, I do it. And then pretend that I said I was going to pay for you. I never said I'd pay for shit. You come out here, get your ass down here. I'll take care of you. But you scared. Your boy is scared. Aw, that's okay. If he's ready, he can contact me. He can come on down. I'll take care of him. Until then, we're going to do a show, and you guys can continue to seethe about it. Oh, poor babies. Is that all you guys have as gimmicks? That's unfortunate. And plus, I can't buy him a plane ticket. I'd have to buy 3 seats. You out of your mind. Gas prices are insane right now. I like that. I like the coping from people like that when they're like, oh, I don't think he'll say yes. And then you go, well, of course I would. I box every single fucking week. Are you kidding me? Of course I would. And
I've seen a picture of him sitting at a poker table. I'd box him.
Yeah, that poor chair. Oof. But yeah, I like the coping from people when they're like, oh, I don't think he'll say yes. And I'm like, fucking of course. Are you kidding? It'll only take 45 seconds. And then they go, oh, no, because actually you said, no, I didn't say that. Come on, be a man. Don't be a bitch. I know you live your whole life on the internet, but sometimes you got to get real world consequences for being a little girl. So come on now. Don't protect him like a bunch of battered women. I'll do the battering. Come on, just come out. Just come out. I know somebody had to pay for your tickets to Atlantic City and all that shit because you don't have any money. But ask your wife to up your allowance a little bit, and I'll fucking take you out in the ring. It's fine.
That's one part that I'll admit, Milton. You got me there. That hurts.
Yeah. You'll come on. All you got to do is just be a man for once in your life. Don't be a scared little bullied fat kid.
Be a man, Milton.
Yeah, be a man. Yeah. He won't, though. Don't worry. All of you guys in the chat, you should probably all just become Steel Toe listeners anyway, because this is, the guy you're watching, he's a phony. He just got called out. He claimed he said yes, and guess what? He's already backing out. Whenever Farley with $4.99 says, Aaron, I want you to get this money. I live in Los Angeles. I think we have the lowest IQ here. I'm sure of it. I mean, shit, I'll put it, we'll make it members only, and you can take, Take 80% of the revenue. You come out here, we'll make it paper, because I'm going to do it for fun. I'm just going to make people watch you cry. I'm going to torture you in there. But you get your ass out here, I'll give you 80, what do you want, 90%? You can have 90% if you want. You know what? Put it on your channel. There you go. Irish NY says, don't forget Joe. Joe can get it too, and we can do the same deal. They can all put it on their channel. I would be happy to go in front of their fans, like I always do, and smack the shit out of them. I'd have a
I don't mean to be a
blast.
money-grubbing e-beggar, but Tigger Next Door dropped 5 with a comment you might want to get to.
Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah, I didn't want you to miss his comment.
So if old Patty 3 Seats wants to do this, come on, buddy. 90-10, I whoop your ass. The Tigger Next Door is with $5 says they probably brought Lil Baby in to rap to them about getting good scores. It could be. It could be. Friendo says, cool. He said that. People say shit. Waiting on a ticket seems like a puss out. It is a puss out. He really overplayed his hand there, and I mean, look. I'll wear the 18s. You can wear the 12s. You can wear the full headgear. I'll wear nothing. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can take 90%. Put it on your channel. Give me, God, you know what? I don't want any money for it. I don't want anything.
On your channel, have fun.
I don't want to. It's not going to be enough work for me to get paid. So,
like, no, I'm not even trying to be mean about this, but
right.
Just 12s. He's going to lift 12s and hold 12s.
You're going to have 12-ounce gloves on. I'll wear the 18s. If he gets hurt wearing, if he gets hurt wearing 18s, that's embarrassing.
Well, I'm not worried about him getting hurt wearing 18s. I'm saying just like from a calisthenics point, like he's got to hold his arms up with an extra 12 ounces on each hand.
Yeah.
How long can you do that?
Look, he knows he's going to get his fucking head beat in, so he's not going to do it. He's already cowered out. But I don't think Patty 3 Seats has it in him. But now that Joe, apparently they said, don't forget about Joe. Look, all those guys in that universe that I left, because you guys are exhausting. Come on. All of you. We can do it in one day. We'll line you all up outside the ring. I'll give you the spanking you so desperately crave. And you can take all the money from it. I'll smack you around for free. Boxing is fun. So come on, boys.
Dude, don't do it boxing style. You gotta do it. You gotta do it pro wrestling style.
No, I don't want it to be a work.
End it with the snot rocket. You know, come on.
So now I noticed that all his people are very quiet right now. Oh, did he not want this to be aired? Oh, poor baby. Marble Arms with $5. Give me tips with 10 says, great show today, Johnny. Aaron, you did okay, kinda. Oh, thank you. All right. So, better one, guys, run to Joe, run to Patty 3 Seats, and let them know they can put it on their channels. They can keep all the money. I don't want a dime. If they want it, they can come get it. Let them know they got to get out here, though. They can keep all of it. We'll find out if they're for real or not. I have a feeling they're all a bunch of phonies. Nothing's real in that world. That's why we had to kind of get out of there. I think what will happen is Irish New York says steel toe first round. It'll probably, like, first round for both. No, I'll drag it out. I'm not going to do it. I want to give people their money's worth. That's all.
I want to say nothing's real in that world except the hate. The hate is so real.
But
they hate so hard, so real. And when it doesn't air out the way they wanted it to for the hate, they're like, no. And the hate gets worse.
All right. Patty, 3 seats. Joe, the trailer man, get back to me. We'll put this thing together. All right, Johnny, thank you very much. I got to do the math here. I got to write down these 50 gifted memberships. Yep. And we got 5, 10, then we got 20 more. So I got 35 plus the memberships.
Sweet.
And we will get there. All right. Thank you guys very much. We will go ahead, come back tomorrow. Gino Bisconti for Rumble Friday. Johnny's going to be on his channel today at 2 o'clock Central Time. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. Follow on Rumble, subscribe on YouTube, and we will see you tomorrow. John.